Hello, hello. We are so excited to be back to the second part, and I wanted to start our after our little intermission. I wanted to start this by telling everyone a little bit about International Women's Day history, because you might know it, you might not. I'm not sure who was on when we were starting live at the very beginning of the day, but I'd love to remind you that International Women's Day is 111 years old. It was started in 1911 in Austria, Denmark, in Germany and Switzerland. And there were about 1 million people who got together in 1911, and they talked about the right to vote. They talked about the importance of having women, of course, women's right to vote, the importance of having women hold public offices. And they talked about gender equality in the workplace. And it was something that they celebrated women, but at the same time, they had an agenda. They needed women to be able to progress. So women all got together, and the men who supported them way back in 1911. And then it was until 1949 that it really started spreading beyond Europe. And China recognized it as a holiday in 1949. And it wasn't until 1967 that the United States of America recognized it as a holiday. And of course, it's been just growing and growing and growing since then. And the United Nations then recognized it officially as a holiday in 1975. So they came a little bit later, and they also said that 1975 was the International Year of the Woman. I remember 1975. It was a great year. So I love the history that we have with this beautiful holiday. There are thousands and thousands of celebrations all over the world. And of course, it's March 8th. We're on March 5th right now, a little premature to March 8th. We had so many wonderful experts. We wanted to give them the opportunity to share and start our celebrations of International Women's Day just a little bit early. And this is possible because there is, as you well know, a beautiful rising and awakening of the women of the world that's more fast moving and far reaching than anything that's ever happened in history. And it continues to grow and permeate every single nation. So here we are, 111 years after the beginning of International Women's Day, having a beautiful celebration ourselves with the wonderful sponsors that are Kindle and the LA Tribune and Women Win Women. How many wins do we have? WinWinWomen.com, and our beautiful sister nonprofit, the Global Prosperity and Peace Initiative, that has as its two big projects the International Youth Parliament and Women of Excellence, Women of Faith, and those are .orgs. Natalie.
Absolutely. And even though we still owe you Tina Boson, I want to make sure that the tech works. And therefore, we are right now, first of all, going to go to our next expert. Sometimes it's a little more difficult tech-wise with the wonderful, wonderful music. So don't go anywhere with the music. But right now, it is my pleasure and my honor to introduce our next expert, Karen Seitz. And I always have issues with pronouncing it correctly because I want to go German, so that would be Seitz. But we will see what she's going to tell us in a moment. She is the uncensored self-love coach, supports women to fully embrace every part of themselves and develop the courage and confidence necessary to create meaningful, vibrant lives that they're passionate about. Karen has a master's of education and counseling, is a certified life coach, a licensed brain gym consultant, speaker, and author with more than 25 years of combined experience. Here comes the fun part. As a former comedian, Karen is able to share her journey from depression, addiction, and self-hatred to self-compassion, self-acceptance, and self-love, vulnerably and with a touch of humor, on countless stages and podcasts across the globe. Self-love is one of the most important things I can dream of. So welcome, Karen. Nice to have you. Please
Thank you so much.
Away.
Thank you so much, Natalie. One small tweak, it's Selt. That's an L and not an I.
All
or,
right.
or
I
Zen.
knew I was not going to make it right, but thank you. Thank you for being so kind to me.
In German, it's Zelt, right? Well, thank you so much for having me. It is my honor and privilege to be speaking here on this beautiful stage. I believe that the only way to be fully free is to let people see all of you, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I remember sitting in a support group meeting where the purpose was to learn to tell the truth about ourselves and to give and receive unconditional love. I had just told some surface level truth that didn't make me look too bad. And the host of the meeting looked me right in the eye and she said, "Great. Now tell us what you're really afraid to tell us." Whew. I started to sweat. My heart started racing. I felt like I had just run a marathon. And I remember thinking to myself, "Karen, run! Run for the door. They're going to eat you alive." But there was this other part that rose up from inside of me that said, "You get to tell the truth. You get to be seen. You get to be witnessed." So I took a deep breath. I looked down at the floor and I said, "I have sex with married men." And I waited. I kept staring at the floor and I waited for that feeling of daggers that I just knew were coming at me. And I waited and waited. And after what seemed like an eternity, I gathered enough courage to look up. And instead of the hateful stares and the glares that I was expecting, what met me was love and compassion in the eyes of these women and a sense of relief. And I remember thinking to myself, like, what planet am I on? Is this really happening? And what followed was nothing short of a miracle. One after the other, these women started sharing their secrets they had held their entire lives. One woman said, "I had an affair 15 years ago. I've never told a soul, and it's been eating me alive. Thank you for having the courage to go first and share your story." Another woman said, "I slept with my best friend's husband, and I'm sick about it." Another one said, "I stole from my church." What opened up for all of us was this ability to share our deepest, darkest secrets, the things that we thought, if people know this about me, there's no way they would love me or accept me. And what it created was this sense of freedom and belonging and connectedness that I had never experienced in my entire life up to that point. And that feeling, that freedom, that authenticity became the foundation for the woman I've become just 10 years later. And that is what I want to share with you today. Now, I'm not suggesting that you go shout your secrets from a rooftop. Brene Brown says, share with the people who have earned the right to hear your story. I want to share with you the steps that I took to go from living a double life, a life filled with lies and deceit, where I was addicted, depressed, suicidal, and filled with so much self loathing, to a life of freedom, self worth, impact, joy, fun, and excitement. If you can relate to anything I've shared, not the specifics, but that feeling of, if people knew this thing about me or these things, or if they knew what I really thought, they wouldn't love me and accept me. So I'm going to hold those back. I'm going to put on a mask. I'm going to show them what I think they want to see. Then I invite you to play along, and I'm going to share with you the 3 steps that really got me to where I am today. The first thing that I did was to find a mentor. Now, yeah, I grew up thinking I was the smartest person in the room, but my best thinking had got me to this place where I was acting in a way that was not in alignment with my highest good. And I love this Einstein quote. It's, "You can't solve a problem with the same mind that created it." I absolutely love that, because the way I look at it is like, I was actually kind of insane in my thinking. I thought it was okay doing what I was doing for a little while. So I got to invite somebody else in and say, "Hey, what do you think about this?" And somebody that held me accountable and really probed, like, what do you really want? What's your motivation? What do you want for your life? Is this it? Because a mentor for me is somebody that can act as a compass when I lose sight of my purpose, when I lose sight of where I'm going. lose sight of land. Think about it that way. It's somebody that can remind me of the truth of who I am at my core. And it's somebody that can kick my butt when I am being right about my limitations. So I was lucky over the course of my life. Since that moment, I've had several mentors to support me along my path with different things. And we are not meant to do this journey alone. We are worthy of support and we get to lean on one another. And whatever form that takes for you, I invite you to find a mentor and community. So that is step one, find a mentor. Step number two is to practice telling the truth about yourself. Now, remember how I started this. I believe that the only way to be free is to let people see all of you, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, I had some ugly, I had some bad, and not until I became willing to talk about those things did I fully feel accepted. Now, I remember the very day that I first felt lovable. It was about 12 years ago, actually. And I called this woman from the support group that I mentioned at the beginning of my talk. Now, I had never met this woman in my life, but I used to call her on a regular basis. And I wasn't paying her. And as far as I could tell, she wasn't getting anything out of these phone calls, but she was willing. She was willing to open her heart and take time with me because she was practicing being unconditionally loving. So I remember her saying to me for the probably 100th time, Karen, there is not a single thing you can do to make yourself any more worthy of love. And there is not a single thing you can do to make yourself any less worthy of love. You were born lovable, and there is nothing you can do to change it. And that was the first time that it actually sunk in for me. It sunk in, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't have to earn love. I'm lovable. I can relax and stop doing all the things because they were never going to get me what I wanted, which was to be loved and accepted and to love and accept myself. The third thing that I did, and maybe one of the most important, was to embrace all the parts of myself. So when we grow up, we learn certain characteristics are not acceptable and not lovable. They might get us punished, they might get us rejected. For me, one of those was selfishness. So anytime somebody called me selfish, I'd be like, ooh, like, oh no, that's not me. That woman over there, she's selfish, but I'm not. So I was rejecting that part of me and projecting it onto someone else. Can anybody relate to that? Uh-huh. So what I've found over the years is that anytime I got triggered by a word like selfish, I'd be like, selfishness, nope, I don't want that. And I took it out. I'd be like, my mom won't love me if I'm selfish. Pride, nope, nobody will be my friend if I'm proud. Bitchiness, oh, hell no. Who wants to be around a bitchy woman? So when I look down at myself, I'm filled with all these holes. I'm essentially see-through. I'm a puzzle with a bunch of pieces missing. And the only way to reclaim my wholeness, the only way to fill those holes is to stop looking outside of myself, number one, because that's what I used to do with other things like sex with married men or food, shopping. I used all the things. There was no corner on that market, but I used all those things to try to fill those holes and they would go right through. They would fill them for about a second and then I would be feeling even worse. The only way for us to fill those holes is to bring those characteristics that we thought were unlovable back and put them back in. Selfishness, hello, my friend. Yes, welcome. Come on in. Bitchiness, yeah, I'm fierce. And to reframe them too, because who said being bitchy isn't a desirable quality? Sometimes it gets things done. Pride, yes, I get to be proud of my accomplishments. I get to own them. I get to be confident. And here's the thing. Whenever we reject a part of ourselves, like let's take selfishness, for example, we are rejecting the ability to fully embody its opposite. And for me, that is generosity. So those are two sides of the same coin. You have generosity and selfishness. They're two sides of the same coin. So when I'm saying, no, I'm not selfish, no way, I'm also inhibiting my ability to be fully generous. And I don't feel whole. I feel like I'm missing something. And I will try to fill that hole with something outside of me, ice cream, whatever it is. You get the point. So through a process, I invite you to do this, to write down the words that trigger you and their characteristics. And it might be things you see in other people. Whatever triggers you, just write it down and then write down its opposite. And I invite you to ask yourself, is it worth it to bring that part back in, to regain my wholeness? Is it worth it so that I can fully embody the thing that I want to embody? Is it worth it? And be gentle with yourself, because this is a process. It's a journey, and we don't know how long it's going to take. And the thing is, like, when we reject those parts, we're like, nope, I'm not acceptable. And what we resist persists. So we'll continue attracting situations where we feel selfish or unworthy or whatever the heck it is. So I invite you to look at that and look at, what are the masks that you have been wearing? Maybe it's like good mom. Maybe it's a people pleasing mask, like you're always there for everybody else. And what is it costing you wearing those masks? What is it costing you not being seen and witnessed and held and experienced? If you're anything like me, when I entered a new relationship, whether it was a friendship, a business relationship, or a romantic relationship, there was always this part of me that wanted to preserve myself, to hold back, to show my good side, like my filtered photo side. But when I did that, I was always on the hook. I always felt like, yeah, sure, they love me now, but what would they do if they found out this? I'm sure they would reject me. I'm sure they would leave me. And that would leave me scared and holding back and feeling unlovable and unworthy. It would trigger all those core wounds. So in order to transcend that and to be free, I started telling the truth, right? To people that were safe. And now I have no secrets. I do podcasts about my history as a sex addict. And I tell all the dirty, dark things and how devastating it was to live like that, to be filled with that much self-loathing, self-hatred. And to go from there to where I am now is a miracle. And I invite you to do that too. I invite you to take yourself on. Do those 3 things. Find a mentor. Practice telling the truth about yourself. And embrace all the parts of you that you thought were unlovable. Bring them all back. Because there is nobody like you. You are unique. Nobody else can live your purpose. No one else can love you more than you love you. And the world needs you. So if you are struggling at all with perfectionism, people pleasing, hiding any part of yourself, I invite you to join me on Win-Win Women's Network. My show is on Thursday evenings at 6 p.m. PST. It's called Irresistible You, Ignite Your Passion and Purpose. And you have a little bit of flavor of me. I am super raw and authentic, and I have a lot of fun teaching the concepts that I share with my clients so that they can become free and courageous and take one messy step after another to create momentum toward the life that lights them up. And I wanted to share with you, like, one of my favorite things about my journey is when I share the shameful things that I've done, it gives other people permission to do the same and to say, well, at least I'm not that bad. Like, I've never done that. And it gives them permission to be seen and heard and experienced and loved just the way they are. And it reminds me about a year ago, a woman came to me. I'm going to call her Kathy. That's not a real name. But I asked her, like, what do you want to work on, Kathy? And she said, I really want to increase my business revenue. Now, she was a driver, a controller, like she was in control of everything. She was working 16-hour days as an entrepreneur and barely breaking even because she was caught up in the doing, and taking no time for herself. So I invited her to slow down, to work less, to focus on self care and self love. And after that 90 days, actually during the 90 days, she became more and more vulnerable and authentic. And she got to know herself. She got to experience pleasure herself for the first time. She got to see, what does she like? What does she want? What lights her up? And after 90 days, working about half the time she was before, she quadrupled her business because it's not about the doing, it's about the being. And she was being. And I just talked to her a couple of weeks ago. She has since met the love of her life. And that just, it brings me so much joy when I can have a positive impact on other people. Because when I was hiding and thinking I was unworthy, I really wanted to matter. I really wanted to make a difference in the world. And I wasn't. So that was devastating for me. So now that I'm able to do that, it lights me up. It makes me filled with passion. So, my invitation for you right now, right here, is to make a choice to be 100% authentically you, to love yourself, to find some safe people and start telling the truth about yourself. Also, I invite you to ask permission before you do this. I learned this the hard way. I vomited like a whole bunch of like, I'm going to tell all my secrets. And I was met with this. So ask for permission first and tell one secret at a time, not all of them. I invite you to not vomit, but to just like let some things out, let people see you and experience that you are a lovable being just as you are. So, in closing, I want to leave you with this. You are the uncontested author of your life. What are you writing on those empty pages that will become your future? Dream big, my friends. You are magnificent and you are worthy. Thank you so much.
You are magnificent, Karen. Oh my goodness. I want to read one of the many comments. Denise Medved said, and she's our COO of Win Win Women, you are a brave and courageous woman full of honesty and truth. You gave us a gift. You just gave us a gift. And you said so many good things. And what was seared into my heart is be gentle with yourself. So many women are so hard on themselves, and you gave us all permission to be gentle, be authentic, and love yourself. Thank you.
Oh, thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. I love the idea of gentleness,
Yes.
of just
Yes.
being open, vulnerable. I think the
Yeah.
key is
Sharing.
vulnerable. You
I
know,
love when she said, tell one secret at a time. I love that our speakers can just share their hearts. And that's what
yes,
we're doing here. And that's women helping women live our best lives. It's so juicy and delightful. Yes.
absolutely, absolutely. And we're going to now try something else when it comes to Tina's beautiful, beautiful song. I'm going to
Okay.
try and share it with you a different way. And if that for some reason doesn't work, we will have the link for you. So
Okay.
stay with me for just a moment as I am going to try and share something really, 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 really good. I think. No, I cannot do it that way. Okay. I will not be able to do it that way. So I'm going to try it this way one more time. We
Isn't
will
this
see.
like our lives? Plan A to plan B to plan C.
We will have to see. But I'm going to try it again and I will also
Flexible.
share the link. We will see. Let
Okay.
us see. And I sincerely apologize, but for some reason that is just not playing. It probably because it is such a beautiful, powerful song. So I think it's soaking up all the energy. That is the only way I can explain it because everything else has worked so perfectly. So, Tina, I sincerely apologize. But yes, we will definitely put the link in. Just give me a moment to that because this song, especially this unplugged version, is so powerful. I actually cry when I listen to it.
Mm.
And that is just me being vulnerable.
A good thing, a good thing. No, Tina Boson is a magnificent, talented woman. And I love that you've tried many times. So now we just say, you know what, we'll send you the link and we will give her other opportunities. We might be able to squeeze that in if we can and do so on Tuesday, March 8th. So
Yes.
maybe we can look forward to that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I'm hoping we're not going to have any more issues because now we are going to go to another amazing lady. And this one is going to be, of course, she is the representative for one of our sponsors. And that is Karima Bryant. Would you like to do the honors of
Yay.
introducing her?
I would love to, and we got a drum roll because this is our Kyndryl, which we just love this organization. So Karima Bryant is the Chief Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Officer for Kyndryl. She's an outstanding human resources executive with expertise and experience in leading and coaching organizations through change and through change management and transformation with a focus on people and talent. I love that. Karima began her IBM career more than 20 years ago as a strategy consultant and has since held several leadership roles throughout HR. In her prior role, Karima was the diversity inclusion leader and chief staff to the SVP sponsor for the IBM Black community. In this role, Karina led across functional teams of executives and senior leaders for IBM's Embrace Social Justice efforts and programs, including the IBM HBCU ecosystem strategy and 110 commitment. Maybe she'll tell us about that. Prior to this role, Kareem was a global business unit HR leader where she defined talent and HR solutions for global markets managing directors who led multi-billion-dollar industries for IBM in the insurance and public sectors. Additionally, Karima has experience working with IBM's Watson Health division. So during her role as the Watson Health Global Talent Partner, Karima partnered with HR executives to align talent strategies to meet Watson's Health unique business needs. Karima is also a senior leadership development consultant responsible for coaching, design, and delivery of learning and development initiatives for IBM senior executives. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in business management from Hampton University, a master's of business administration from Indiana University's Kelley School of Business, and she and her husband, James L. Bryant III, have 4 beautiful children. Kareem, we are so grateful to have you. Take it away.
Hi, my name is Karima Bryant, and I have the privilege of being Kyndryl's first Chief Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Officer. For those of you who haven't heard of Kyndryl, let me give you a little bit of background. Kyndryl is the world's largest IT infrastructure services provider. The KYN in Kyndryl represents the strong bonds we form with our customers and with each other, because in essence, our people are at the heart of our business. The DRYL is coined from Tyndryl, which evokes new growth and connections, because by working together, we are growing stronger. Kyndryl is formerly part of IBM, and we spun off into a new public company just last November. We like to say we're a $19 billion startup with nearly 90,000 employees operating in over 60 countries. probably a little different than most startups you've heard. At Kyndryl, we design, build, manage, and modernize the mission-critical technology that the world depends on every day. For example, when you take money out of your ATM, Kyndryl makes sure the software and security is there so you can withdraw your money safely. Our customers include 75 of the Fortune 100 companies around the world. Prior to Spin, I worked at IBM for more than 20 years in a variety of consulting, HR, and diversity and inclusion roles. My most recent role was as the diversity and inclusion leader for IBM's social justice efforts. Now at Kyndryl, my team and I are working hard to ensure that we're keeping current and maintaining best practices in a very fast-moving environment. But at the same time, we are also working hard to put in place the foundation with the strategy and the infrastructure to advance inclusion, diversity, and equity at Kyndryl. But we are essentially starting from scratch. As a woman new to this company and new to this role, it's a challenge thinking about embedding inclusion, diversity, and equity at all levels of our organization for almost 90,000 Kyndryls around the world. But it's also extremely exciting when you think about this very unique opportunity once in a lifetime. This is especially important during times of recognition like International Women's Day, where the great work being done by and for women is able to shine bright. So like I said, our company is brand new, and I'm brand new to this role. And in fact, a few days ago, we went live with this message to our employees on the importance of inclusion, diversity, and equity in this new company we call Kyndryl. I'm excited to share this video with you all. Enjoy. Hi, my name is Karima Bryant, and I am Kyndryl's first Chief Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Officer. It is amazing. It is overwhelmingly fulfilling. I'm so excited. I am giddy. I recognize there's a weight to this too, right? Inclusion is really about being intentional and thoughtful about how we make people feel, how we make people feel like they belong, and how we make people feel like they are valued. To me, that work is on being intentionally inclusive. And I also see my job is to help bridge the gap from what is my present today to someone else's future. So if I can bridge that gap, I'm expecting and hoping others will do the same, always looking for opportunities to coach and mentor and bring others up, even if they don't look like you. I grew up in a very diverse environment, so I'm used to being around people that don't look like me and learning how to adjust to understand everyone's differences and learn how to work with people. I want you to see me as a Black woman, as a mother of 4, as a wife, as a daughter, as a sister, as a Jersey City resident, as someone who graduated from a historically Black college and university, Hampton University. All of those things make me who I am and make me bring all of that to this role as the Chief Inclusion Diversity Officer. I cannot forget any one of those pieces. So I want people to see me just as I want to see you. Kyndryl is a global company, and we want to recognize and give everyone the opportunity to feel like they're being heard. The groups that we're going to focus on are global as well. But when I think about what I think is important for us at Kyndryl, I really want to make sure we're focused on building an inclusive culture. I believe that inclusion, diversity, and equity are not only good for business, but can really give Kyndryl a competitive advantage. Success looks like for me when we are, as an organization, intentional about inclusion so that every Kyndryl feels seen, heard, valued, and appreciated. And I think if we do that well, we are bringing that innovation, we are bringing that diversity of thought, and people want to come here and people want to stay here. As I mentioned in the video clip, all of my experiences in my life, from being a woman to a mother to a wife to an executive, have had an influence on how I arrived to be where I am today. As we celebrate International Women's Day and Women's History Month, at Kyndryl, we are working to elevate and celebrate women across the company all month long. We're also focused on supporting breaking the bias. We have efforts underway at Kyndryl to cultivate women talent, including learning around unconscious bias and development programs to help women be even more successful. We are also bringing in external speakers to talk with employees about overcoming biases, barriers, and challenges. Our CEO, Martin Schroeder, will join us for some of these events and has put his full support behind ensuring that inclusion, diversity, and equity play an integral role in the foundation of Kyndryl. This month, I'm excited to share that we announced our newly launched Kyndryl Inclusion Networks. We call them KINs. This exemplifies our focus on inclusion, leadership, learning, and networking. KINs are company-sponsored, employee-led organizations that align to both our business objectives and our ID&E strategic priorities. They are places where employees and their allies have a safe space to share experiences and build internal community. I'm especially excited, given this month, that we have strong women leaders at Kyndryl, including Maria Bartolome Winans, who's our Chief Marketing Officer, Nella Koff, who's our Chief Transformation Officer, and one of our newly named executive sponsors for our Women's KIN, Chris Lovejoy, who is Kyndryl's Global Security and Resilience Leader. I'm so thrilled to have been able to join in this year's celebration, and I'm looking forward to continuing to celebrate and share our journey as we support advancing women around the world. Women, go strong and shine bright. Thank you so much. I hope you hear my passion about Kyndryl and about International Women's Day. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there with you. Enjoy your day.
Go strong and shine bright. You know, I had a little bit of a shift when she was talking. Natalie, she said all the Kyndryls. And I thought, that's everybody who's involved with Kyndryl. And I thought, you know, Win-Win Women is so much more than a company. It's a community. And so we're all who are involved with Win-Win Women, and we invite everyone who's joined us, and of course, all of our show hosts, to start calling themselves Win-Win Women. I'm a win-win woman. And I thought, yeah, that's great. All the Kyndryls, all the win-win women in the world. I love the alliteration too. But wasn't that fun to learn about?
Oh, yes. I had no idea. I mean, of course, I looked up some of the information about one of our amazing sponsors, but hearing her speak and hearing her explain it brings it home so much more. It is just wonderful to be able to really connect with that. And it makes perfect sense that they are one of our sponsors because they're talking about coming together. They're talking about joining hands, being heard, and really addressing all the issues that come up in order to bring them to the forefront and hopefully eliminate, what's the right word?
Yes. Well, I love in our communication with them, and I've talked with these women, had wonderful conversations. They want to be part of Win-Win Women, even in a bigger way as we grow and they'll grow with us. And Rare is a startup that has, 90,000. I mean, they're starting with a lot of revenue, a lot of support from IBM. This is a break off from IBM. And it's a magnificent entity. I just am so grateful that they connected with us. They reached out to me and said, could we be part of what you're doing? We said, absolutely. So that was wonderful.
Yes.
Mhm.
No, absolutely amazing. And I want to just mention one more time, because this is part 2 right now of
Yes.
International Women's Day, day 1. So
Yes.
there's more coming, but also, I should say, and also, just remember that when you go over to internationalwomensday.org, that if you go there and you RSVP, which of course means that you get all the information that we need in order to send you the program, to let you know what we are doing right now, today and Tuesday. You also want to remember that we do have a raffle going on. So if you are interested in getting some more information about what that is all about, just RSVP. And on Tuesday, we will, of course, pick some of the winners, because we're all about winning. And just you being here, I think, is a win, because I see the comments. And I know for me, being here is already a win-win situation. I don't know about you, Paula.
Yeah. Oh, I've loved this. And I also want to remind you that, and I said this before, for those who are just joining us, especially, that our theme created by the Win-Win Women team is Together We Thrive.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have a new theme for next year. I've put on many, many, many International Women's Day events through the many years, because I have the blessing of owning internationalwomensday.org. Moving forward, we invite you to say, raise your hand and say, I would love to be part of the committee that's going to plan International Women's Day 2023, because we have huge plans for a in-person, hugging in person, and an event that will, of course, be virtual. Always will add that component. And then we are going to invite women to be putting these International Women's Day events on all through the world. But we will absolutely be having a huge, big event, barring any catastrophe or any other pandemic. But we are planning a great big 2023 International Women's Day that we'll start planning right after this one. So we're always on the move.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, we've already had some experts, some speakers who actually are hosting their own events. We
Yes.
had Christy Love, for example, earlier. And of course, she's coming to us from Texas. Her event will be on April 9th in Texas. So again, if you go over to one of the web pages that we keep mentioning to you, which is winwinwomen.com, if you go there, you will find the events list. And I believe there might still be some tickets available for Christy. We also have Jacksonville, Florida, coming up right at the end of this month, and a couple of other ones that we're still waiting for final confirmation. And of course, we do have Dr. Annika Sorensen, don't forget that, in Sweden coming up in May as well, and many, many more events. I do want to just let everybody know really quickly that since we're not able, for some kind of tech reason, I'm going to take the blame for that, to show Tina's video. I am putting her information below. It is now on the website, so please go to her site, go there, listen to it, because you just don't want to miss it. It is such a beautiful song that I just think that if you were to miss it, you would really not be winning today. And what I want for you is I would like you to be winning today.
Absolutely. I want to just for a minute, Natalie, take us up to that 50,000 foot level, because we mentioned, one of our beautiful speakers mentioned the why. If your why is powerful enough, it moves you forward every day. And I haven't really mentioned yet the why behind Win-Win Women. www.bicomewhy.com. And I'd like to share with you that this why began as a thought in my mind because I have been so many years, I'm 73 years young, and to all these 4 decades have been out doing this global work and working with women worldwide and putting on over 400 live events in 152 nations, collaborating with other women and other women's organizations. But I felt like I was just putting like a little dropper full of water into a great big ocean of need of the women of the world. And knowing that there are 3.9 billion women and girls worldwide, I thought, how in the world could I ever make a difference, even with what I've been doing so many years? And then into my heart just came the knowing that together we thrive. There are so many experts, so many women, and you're hearing from them today, you'll hear Tuesday, but on, so many experts in every nation who have spent time and money and effort and tears and becoming who they are and amassing the information and the wisdom and the knowledge that they have to now share with the world. Mm-hmm. And because of today's technologies that allow us to have all this bandwidth, allow us to be able to have phones in women in every nation, even in the villages in Uganda, where I work so diligently with those women. And they have phones, and they can, even if they can't watch the video because of the bandwidth limitations, they can listen, and they can improve their lives. And so I thought, why can't we have something that is 24/7, that any time of the day or night, any woman on this planet can go and learn from and connect with, because of the nature of our shows that I've talked about before, have a conversation with the experts and to be able to improve their lives. So the win-win women is when women improve their lives, they win. When experts share their solutions, they win. And that's our win-win women. So this is the why, because we want to reach and teach and talk with 3.9 billion women and girls, with no one left behind. And this is our beautiful why. And I love that we're in such a beautiful culture of loving kindness, where the women get it, who are our experts. And if you are listening or watching and saying, I'd like to be one of those experts, go to winwinwomen.com and click on Become a Show Host, and we'll welcome you into our community if you're qualified as an expert and you're ready to share your message. I wanted to just share that with you because we had talked about the why, and it burns in my heart and my soul to be able to help improve the lives of the women of the world in a way that never has been done before. So there really is no woman left behind. And we take advantage of the beautiful expertise that so many women have amassed in their lives to be able to then be solution makers, change makers. So I honor our show hosts who are here with us today. Again, I love you. I honor you. I thank you for your preparation. And we invite with open arms and loving hearts anyone who is an expert and would like to join our beautiful Win-Win Women community.
Thank you for that, Paula. I want to add something to the why, if I may.
Yes.
Years ago, when I started getting into business, I was really, really hesitant. I was having my little circle, and I was very comfortable in that circle. That's something we keep hearing about today, the comfortable zone that we're in. And then I had somebody tell me, you know what? What about that person somewhere out there in Japan who cannot be there with you when you're awake? How will you reach that person? Because that person might actually be part of your soul tribe. That person might really need your insights. And it was then that I realized that I was playing small. So what I started doing, of course, is spreading my message. And I'm saying this because we're talking about change makers. We're talking about letting your voice be heard. wherever you are, if you feel that you have a message, then what is holding you back from sharing that message? If, especially right now, you're looking for a community, this is what we've been talking about. We started out with the idea of community. We've been talking about this pretty much all day, and we're going to continue talking about it because but it is about us supporting each other. Together we thrive. So if there's a message in your heart, even if you may not initially know how to get that across, well, guess what? That's what we're here for. We can actually help you with that. We've got all the sisters, we've got a community that wants you to be heard as well. And that to me is a big why when I get to work with some of these amazing, and hopefully soon all of these amazing show hosts, that they're putting on events all over. The Christy Love, the Dr. Annika, the Lisa Kirkwood, the Laura Schwam, the Susan Joyce Proctors, all of them. And that just brings it home because those are local events in your neighborhood. And I think that is so, so important. And that's part of the important message to me.
I love that. Thank you. And Emma Lou Penrod
Yes.
and Reagan Barnes are putting one on about an hour north of me. So after Tuesday being on the air and sharing these wonderful hours, I'm going to get in my car and hurry up to their event. And Natalie, if there's time, I want to invite you to tell the women what you do, what it is that you share with your clients, the women with whom you work.
Well, thank you, Paula. I appreciate that. What I do is pretty simple and yet so complex that it's hard to put into words. I work on self-love, self-knowledge, and embracing yourself, which is the subconscious mind, and I help you return to your brilliance. Some of these things have already popped up today, and I connect them just like some of the other amazing experts that we've heard today. I love working with what I call women at a crossroads because we all come to them. They can be small, they can be huge. It's not always a midlife crisis because the women that I know, and some of them we've also heard talk today, they have them at different times in their lives. It's not always in the middle. So whenever you come to a crossroads and you have that feeling of, ooh, there is more to me. This is not all. When you feel that little void that, ooh, something is missing, that's when I'd love to talk to you because I can actually tune in to what your purpose is. And together, I know together we thrive, but together we work on what works for you so that you can share your brilliance. And it is all about knowing yourself and loving yourself. And I bring in that spiritual connection because too often do we have body, mind, and soul, which is important. But how are they connected? They're connected through spirituality and emotions. And we need to live our emotions. Sometimes we just need to live them shortly like a volcano and explode because then it's out of the system and we can get back to peace of mind and sense of self. So that's what I love working with them.
Oh, I love that. So how can they get a hold of you if they like, I want to work with Natalie Forrest?
Well, thank you. It is on Facebook, on social media, or on my website, natalieforrest.com. Pretty straightforward. I'm not trying to hide. I'm here to help whoever is ready to be helped.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So do we have our next beautiful presenter?
Well, we are a little ahead of schedule, so we
Okay.
are waiting for the next one.
Okay. All right.
However, while we are waiting, I would love to actually pull up one of our speakers a little early.
Okay.
Because we can fill some of the room later. And this one, she is ready to go. And her name is Denise. And her name is Denise. I'm going to probably mispronounce her name. I apologize. Maybe you can help me. Belize?
I think it's Belial, but she'll correct us if we're wrong.
Okay. So we've got Denise in the house. And Denise is actually going to talk to us today. Now, before she talks to us, she is fiercely committed. I mean, Talk about really being passionate. She's fiercely committed to guiding busy business women and helping them to identify the true reasons why they have so much stress in their lives. As your coach, Denise will help you design a personalized plan to live a longer, happier life without unnecessary worry and anxiety. Her clients are often looking for a professional coach to help them identify the causes of their worry and the causes for the stress in their lives, in their business, in their finances. Denise has a great passion and a willingness to go the extra mile to help her courageous clients find the success they deserve. Denise is certified as a positive intelligence coach. She is a Reiki master. She has 40 plus years of meditation experience, a functional medicine health coach. And I could go on and on and on. But what I do want to point out is that she is also bilingual, French and English. So please help me welcome Denise.
Belisle.
I'm just going to leave it at that.
Denise Belisle.
Happy
Welcome.
International Women's Day. It's such an honor to be here and talking with you today on this amazing day. My topic today is how to bring spark back into your relationship. So let's explore that a little bit. What is bringing spark back in your relationship? What comes first into your mind? Well, majority of people will think about their romantic relationship, which you're right. Romantic relationship is a big part of needing some spark sometime. What else? I'm thinking also, how about your business? How can you bring more spark into your business relationship? The people you work with, perhaps if you're an employee, or if you're an employer, the people that works for you, and also the people you do business with. What's the last one that could need work and have some spark? What about your own relationship with yourself? So today I'd love to explore those three areas and see how they pretty much all interrelated. And I'd love to give you some tips and tricks on how to enhance your relationship and bring that spark back so that you can feel vibrant and alive again in all the relationship that you have. So let's start with the self, and then we'll go out from there. So how can you bring more spark in your own life with yourself? Can you see ways that you have let go or not paying so much attention to yourself? I know that for myself, I can say that there are times where I ignore my own needs. I go around and work too hard and not have so much interaction with other people when I have big deadlines, and I just go and work intensively. And especially in the last 2 years, as we all know, it has been quite difficult to be able to communicate and see other people and feel connected with the world. And it's even more important to have that connection with yourself. It has been time also where I've been hard on myself. I've been judging myself and telling myself, like, come on, you gotta work harder. You gotta exceed the expectation that you set for yourself. You have to be more successful. You have to bring more money in. And even in times where I was not feeling so well, in times where I tend to have migraine from time to time, and even when I had migraine, I would push myself to be up and to do some work in order to get stuff done. As solopreneur, it's not always easy, right? If you are one of them, you know what I mean. Now, what happened then? What have I done to help myself and bring the spark, the joy of doing what I do into my life? Well, first of all, I bring a lot of self-compassion. So what is self-compassion? Is it like pumping myself up and raising up my self-esteem. No, it's not so much that. Self-compassion, it's more about realizing that we might be suffering or we might be going through a hardship or a difficult time in our life, and giving ourselves the right to go through that, and giving ourselves the right to go through that experience, and not pushing ourselves negatively to ignore it and to do as if it didn't exist. Because that's not true. It does exist. When you have hardship in your life, when you have grieving, when you have moments that are difficult, you want to bring that love for yourself and be compassionate. What does that look like? Well, you could tell yourself it's okay to suffer. It's okay to be sick. It's okay to take time off and be loving towards yourself. Take a warm bath, go for a walk, go buy yourself your favorite pastry. Treat yourself just as you would treat someone you love and want to give them compassion. Because self-compassion is just like compassion, but for yourself. So treat yourself as good as you would treat others. And enhance your life with little pleasure. Write yourself little positive notes in your mirror in the bathroom. When you get up and you go in the bathroom, you look at a note and say, hey, Denise, I love you. You're amazing. Don't say Denise if your name's not Denise, but you know what I mean. I love you. You're fantastic. And take care of your own relationship with yourself and find happiness around you. Be more grateful for all the things that are surrounding you. And wake up with gratefulness. Wake up if you don't think, oh, I'm nothing to be grateful for. Well, at least you slept in a bed. You might have had a roof over your head. You woke up. It's something great to be grateful for. Having another amazing day ahead of you. The more you bring gratefulness into your life, the more grateful you'll have things to be grateful for. So that's the number one, self. So bring spark in your life by raising your level of energy. Be more grateful. Have self-compassion for yourself and give yourself little treats from time to time. How about bringing some spark in your relationship, in your surroundings? So let's say family, friends, children, relative, all the ones that are close to you, that are not related to businesses. And let's talk more in particular with the person that you're close to. Is your relationship exciting? Do you still feel the romance in your relationship? Do you have times where you just like go to bed, don't even say goodnight, don't even give a little kiss and lean on your side and go to sleep, and you don't have that spark and that love that you used to feel, that appreciation that you had for the others? You sit on the couch, you eat your snacks and you watch TV and you don't really talk to one another. Well, let's bring back that spark. So how do we do that? First, let's think about how much love and excitement you had for one another when we first met. All the exciting things that you used to do together. Where are those things? What are the feelings that you had? What are the behaviors that you had with one another when you started dating? The honeymoon phase, I call it. Well, that time is there. That time is still inside of your heart. It's still inside of your head. But what happened? People say the honeymoon phase out and people are just, learning to be roommate after a while. But you can bring back that excitement of your life. You can bring back that spark that wants you to be appreciative and in love again with the person you're with. So how do you do that? Well, first, it starts with you. What did you used to do whenever you would meet that person that you're with right now? Did you used to fix your hair, put your makeup properly, and maybe little perfumes in and there just to smell good, just to be so exciting to want to please the other person? Did you go out of your way to do little things to make them smile, make them laugh? Are you still doing that? Or do you let go? You wear sweatpants at home, or even when you go out to do grocery shopping, you don't take care of yourself. If you go out for dinner, super casual, put a bun on your head and no makeup and let's go for dinner. Where's the spark in that? It's up to you to bring the spark back. Show the example of what you want to have in your relationship, and then you will get it back. Teach your partner how to be, how to react. And it's the same thing with your friends. Sometimes we get used to being around our friends and we don't have the same behaviors we used to have when we first started to hang out, or with your kids. How's the caring that you used to have for your kids as they grew up, and now maybe they're older and they brush you off and they don't want to be with you? But just bring that kindness and that love without being too pushy for the kids especially. But you can bring that spark in all your relationship. So now let's look at the third one, which is the work relationship. Remember your first client. Try to think back, or your first job. How exciting that was. Wow, I got a client. You treated that client like it was gold. You treated that first a job that you had like if it was like falling off the sky and it was a miracle. You were exciting to go to work. You were bringing all that joy and that excitement in your life. And now you put your keys in the car, drive to work, or maybe it's on the computer like we are today, and you just show up, do the work you have to do, and click in, click out, and that's it. No excitement, no job. Your clients, it's like, yeah, okay, another client, just another number. How can you bring the spark in your work environment? Pay attention. It's all the same idea. Pay attention to what you used to do, what used to excite you. And if that doesn't excite you anymore, find ways that, how can I make this more exciting for myself? And how can I make that more exciting for my customer or my co-workers? How can I bring that spark? How can I bring more joy into what I do every day? You have all the answers. You know what to do and you know how to act. But sometimes we forget and we push aside these situations that are not necessary, to the best of our joy. We don't bring that joy anymore. So bring the joy, bring the excitement. Think about ways that you can have more sparks in your life. Make a list. What do I find exciting? How would I like to be treated to be joyful and excited? Start with that list. Write, what do I want? How do I want to be treated? And now, once you look at that list, you say, what can I do myself towards others to bring that? Because it's been proven that when we give to others, when we give our love, we receive more love. When we are feeling down, the more we're kind to other people, the more joy we will bring in our life. So to bring back what I've talked about, the first step is for yourself. Have more compassion, self-compassion for yourself. Bring that spark in your own life. Be excited about what you do every day and be compassionate. If things are not working the way you want, or if you have little health problem or a little down, tell yourself it's okay. You don't have to be super mom or super girlfriend or super employee, employer all the time. Give yourself that compassion, and then give yourself little treats. Write yourself little love notes here and there. In your relationship, make that list again and bring back that energy that you used to have when you first start falling in love with your partner. Do your hair more often, wear more makeup if that makes you feel more vibrant, wear nicer clothes when you go out with your spouse or even at home. Make little dinner, special dinner. Let's have a date night tonight. Let's have a date night at home. And put the candle and a special dinner and a special wine and who knows what happen after. So be more excited about your life. And then for your relationship at work, think about the first time you had your clients, the first client, the first job, the excitement you had, and bring that back into your life. Treat your clients as if they were gold and do anything you can to support them, because happy clients, happy customers bring more customers. So you want to be more successful in your life? You want to be more successful in your career? Bring that spark back into your life. I'm so happy to have been able to spend some time with you today. It was short and sweet, and I hope that you will be able to have more happy, fulfilled life and joy throughout the day and throughout the year. So again, happy International Women's Day. Honor yourself and be kind to one another. Thank you. I honor you and I love you.
Oh, we honor you and we love you, Denise. My goodness. So I love that she said, pay attention. Pay attention.
Mhm.
Sometimes we go through the motions, and she said, make a list of how you want to be treated. And we know that love begets love and kindness begets kindness. It just feeds on itself. It's cyclical. And she talked about that spark. I love the word spark. Wasn't that wonderful?
Well, and it wasn't just one spark, right? It was like
No.
spark for yourself, spark for the relationship, spark for the business. I felt like the sparks were flying around. And what I love about it is that I can't wait, and I'm going to plug this right now for Denise. I would love for her to, from time to time, do her show in French because
Ooh,
we
yes.
haven't done that yet. So I think that
Yeah.
would be really, really amazing.
We have Marina has her show in Spanish, and it would be fun to be, have this in French and English, Spanish and English. And of course, part of the dream, and our show hosts know, because I've said this so often, is to have these different, to have simultaneous translation.
Mhm.
We are thinking that this is a game changer, and there are people who are working on this so that the words below could be in English, but she's speaking in French. Or someone could be speaking in English and someone in a Middle Eastern country is reading in Arabic, Chinese, Cantonese. It goes on and on. But how exciting to think that there are so many, there are 3 times as many women in just India as there are in the United States, in 1/3 the size of the nation. And I keep thinking about Hindi, which is almost everybody in India speaks Hindi. And of course, there's Punjabi and other dialects and other languages. But I love the idea of being able to have a woman click and read it in whatever language is her native tongue. Won't that be exciting? Oh my gosh. Those are the kind of things that keep me up at night. So excited.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And actually, I want to, before I bring our third hostess in just for a moment, I want to point out, if I may just plug myself for a second, that I'm actually doing my show also bilingual. Just this past
German.
Thursday, I was doing it in German and it felt so good. So, of course, I don't know what the transcription looks like, but that, of course, reminds me of Marina Valdespino.
Marina, yes.
You're on mute right now, so unmute yourself for a moment.
Hello, beautiful ladies.
You are so beautiful. I was just saying, about you that you do your show in Spanish, and you have the biggest following of any show host right now. It's so exciting. So many women are drawn in the Latina community to listen and watch your show, and also because you're just spectacular.
I am enjoying it so much. I'm putting my heart there, and I am so grateful for your vision for this project. It's you are amazing. All of you are amazing. I am so grateful.
Well,
Thank
we
you,
are
Maria.
grateful. We are grateful because we're all coming together, and you're joining us because it's always good to have more of us coming together, and because of course your heart is in the same place as all of these amazing experts and speakers, and because you represent also, I mean, you're also a mom. I
Yeah.
think the number 4 keeps coming up. Number 3, number 4. Like, I know it's like number 3, number 4. We have women, and I want to point this out to everybody. If you're a mom, I think I know because I'm a mom, that our main focus is on the children. And yet they also learn from us when we give ourselves time, the spark, and when we pursue our dreams. And that's what I love about you as well, Marina, because you're doing that as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was actually Albert Schweitzer who said there are only 3 ways to teach a child. The first is by example, the second is by example, the third is by example. It's true. They watch us, they're learning. Mhm.
Yes. And so Marina will stay with us, of course, for the rest of the day. We will be just, going in and out like you've seen us do. But right now, I am so grateful again to have our next speaker ready to go. And Paula, will you do the honor of introducing Elian?
Yes, Eliane Han. Oh, my goodness, what an amazing woman she is. So, Eliane Han is an author, a TV show host of Eliane's Joy, and national motivational speaker and presenter. So, she was trained in dance, in theater, and fitness, and she spent most of her professional life in the fitness and wellness industry. She's a certified coach and has a private practice in Texas. So Eliane's goal is helping people to be healthy and well, and you can find her mind, body, spirit approach on the national stage presenting her own programs. Besides her yoga studio classes and private practice, she works as a wellness counselor with trauma and addiction patients at a Texas inpatient rehab facility since 2015. She has high energy. She's an amazing human being. And take it away, Eliane.
Thank you, Paula, so much for this introduction. Now, that's a lot to step up to. So that's way overboard. I am just here on an ordinary day. And I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the beautiful introductions. Thank you for your beautiful self. Thank you, Natalie. This has just been an amazing day. I've been listening in. I've been in and out the whole day. And meanwhile, doing my win-win show, Eliane's Joy. I am the host of Eliane's Joy, and I'm so grateful to be here with all amazing and beautiful women all over the world. So nice to see and meet you, and hello everyone everywhere. This is a great place to be, and I love it. So I'm grateful. In a lot of joy and in a lot of energy, I'm coming here today to kind of bring a couple of tips to you, but I also have to say hello to all the beautiful women in the world, but also all the strength, the courage that I see right now in the world. And I just can't say enough about it, how I am feeling really, really little in the midst of all that's going on, with so many amazing women and superpowers around me and super brains, and just all that women are doing right now, leadership and courage. And I give you a little example of where I felt that I had to bring a joy, that I had to take it a little bit back, because yesterday it finally hit me. I was watching the news, which is not very healthy for us to do. And at the same time, my son, who is in college, is trying to make it home from the other side of the country, all the way in the north, and is running around in Boston somewhere. And I am in the south of Texas. And I'm watching the news and I see all those amazing women doing extraordinary things that I would have never dreamed of on the news with so much courage and so much strength and so much dedication. And all of a sudden it hit me. And I'm crying and crying and crying and crying because I cannot imagine. And my son didn't pick up the phone. My son didn't pick up the phone. And he's always picking up the phone and I'm just checking on him and where are you? All of a sudden, it has all hit me at the same time. It has all hit me at the same time, how powerful and how amazing this is and how we can learn from each other. And so I even felt more connected. And in my work, I do work with connection. I work with energy. I work with joy. I work with feeling. I work with people. I want to see you and smell you and be with you. And even on Zoom, I get this more and more and more that I can feel you and smell you and see you. But I work with people that are going through tremendous trauma. I work with people with addiction. And I work with people that have told me stories that are even unbelievable. And with what I see right now, I even felt more yesterday, although I was crying and I was nervous and where's my kiddo? At the same time, I felt that I was connected and I felt that in my energy, and I work with energy a lot. So what I want to bring to you today is what I talk about a lot. It's a very popular topic. It's who's back? You're back. And that is not just all these things that we already heard today, which is I really tap into. I'm totally into my spark and your spark, and let's find our spark. We're going to find our spark right now. I love that too, because what I want you to do with it is not just thinking about all that positive mindset, because mind, body, spirit, mind, body, soul is my word too, and bring the connection. But what I want you to do is feeling that, yes, you're back. If you start doing the work, it takes serious work. Changing is really serious work. The changing from what I talk about, expectation to transformation in your life, takes a lot of work. And sometimes we don't want to do the work, and we always don't want to be, there in a moment. And there's so much going on that we try to hide behind. And we really have to just come into that moment and we say to ourselves, I'm going to make that change from living in that framework of expectation of everybody else, the perfect mom, the perfect daughter, the perfect student, the perfect sister, the perfect family member, the perfect church member. Do live in that expectation of what everybody thinks that you need to do. And just come to that transformation of being completely okay with yourself. Took me 20 years. I'm way not done. There's a lot of work to do, but I did the work. I actively got involved. One thing that we do not teach each other enough and teach our kids enough and teach generations after us enough is to be proactive and not reactive, is to be proactive when it comes to our mind, our body, our spirit, our amazing selves. We have to work instead of thinking it's going to be fixed for us. And when we don't do that, then we come into a little bit of procrastination, and procrastination only leads to self-esteem issues and negative thinking, like, I didn't do it again. Next Monday, I'm going to the gym. Oh, bummers, it's Tuesday. I didn't do it Monday. I am such a loser. I can't do it. I always fail at that. I just can't follow up. Negative thinking leads to negative self-esteem. And then we'll just get into that little resentment of, So I've been there, and all that takes work to climb out of that and come to that place of transformation. And that has to do with your mind. I talk about it a lot in my shows. But that other who's back, your back, is so important. Is movement, is exercise, is getting older, moving more. And I cannot do any step classes anymore and jumping jacks the whole day because I'm really old, but I can definitely work on yoga and Tai Chi and feeling that wonderful flow of healthy self flowing through me. Because what happens, and I always tell my patients, tell my clients this, if you do not feel good in the morning, put your sexy on first. Put something really colorful on, put your crazy Hollywood glasses, get mani-pedi. That's all external. But if you feel really good, Or even if you have a really bad day, but you dress up good and you go out there and people tell you, oh, you look amazing. What have you done today? You put your sexy back on, automatically you're going to feel a lot more empowered. You're going to feel a lot stronger. You're going to feel a lot more emotionally supported. You feel that you're having your little inner strength, and you just, that comes with putting your sexy on when it comes to your fit and well-being, nutrition, diet, body. My friend always says, if you don't take care of your body, where are you going to live? If you don't take care of your body, where are you going to live? So that's really important. And then the other thing, who's back? And the last thing, you're back, because it is all up there. So I really worry about this, and I talk about that a lot. We all go slumped over nowadays. We just get out of bed and go to the kitchen and make something, and we're all just forwards. And everybody has back pain, because I have a lot of clients with back pain. And everybody has back pain, and we're just all a little bit like that. And if you don't feel good emotionally, mentally, then you just even more so. So our posture is so out of the window. And if we are just paying a little bit of attention to that, it doesn't need to take much besides having a strong core, but we'll do next week. Next week, I'll make you do a lot of abs exercises. But if you are feeling a little stronger and you stand straight up, I always say, open your heart to the sky, because that's where it all is. Then you kind of feel that flow, and you feel that energy, and you feel that empowerment, and that really that strong self. And it is so important. It is so important to kind of put your body back on, put your sexy back on, whatever that means for you. But just to have that, who's back, you're back. And if you don't take care of it yourself, if you don't take care a little bit of your movement, even if you start with a daily walk and you start opening up and you start walking. What I do, anything that I can find, I put on my head with my clients and my patients, and we just kind of stand up, whatever you can find at home, right? I had those handy for in case I'm going to cry, and I did good. But you have those ready, and then if you feel that, then you just kind of feel stronger. And my last tip is, in this case, don't forget to look at our kids, because they're all, I had high schoolers that came to me a couple of years ago and said, well, I need to go, Miss Eliane, I need to go to the chiropractor. You're in high school. What do you mean you need to go to the chiropractor? I need to really work on my back, and I need to have them help me, and it hurts. What? When I was 17, 18, I was hanging upside down in a tree all day. And what they are doing is all day. So they need us to tell them that they need to look up. That's where it all is. Mind, body, spirit. Bada! Right there. You have to look up to feel better and to stand up straight. And we have to be healers. So be a healer with me. Be a healer in the sense of that energy, breathing, all these anxiety exercises that I teach myself. I had to apply all that last night to myself, because I was crying and I was feeling so powerless. And just breathe, not high. Breathe through your deep, deep, deep belly. Put your hands on your belly. And then put your hands on your heart and just feel, still breathing deep to your belly, but feel your heart. And open your hands and feel the chi, feel the flow of energy, and give that to all the women in the world. All the women in the world. Just to share our chi, to share our energy with all the women in the world, to empower them, to edify them, to energize them, to give them our chi to each other. I love this so much. And I know that we can send strength by our energy and love. So open your heart, give energy, watch everybody's posture around you. Start doing the grandma thing. You gotta stand up straight. Put a plastic plate on your head. Taking care of their body, because you got some place to live. Take care of your well-being. And I only applaud everybody who's been before me today because that's what I say, all that stuff. So come join me. You can find me anywhere. You can find me everywhere, elianhaan.com. Join me on my show. Oh, thank you so much for having me today. I can't even see my time, so maybe I'm way going off.
No, your timing was perfect. You're like a magnet. People just love hearing what you're saying because of your energy, because of your knowledge. You are such an expert at in your field. But I have to ask the question: did you connect with Miguel or Michael? Michael, your son? Did
Oh, Keegan, my son. Yes. Yes. So you want a really funny story, a mom story, really quickly?
sure?
He is coming home to Texas. He is 27 hours in the car away from me because he wanted to study far away from mom. And, he's in college somewhere on the other side. And so he comes home through Boston, but he needs to stay in a hotel. And now, last night, he said, Mom, I'm just going into Boston. Of course, my son, you're just almost adult. Go into Boston, do it. And I'm sitting on the couch in the deep South Texas. And he's not picking up his phone anymore afterwards. And meanwhile, of course, I'm watching the news. And I'm being an empath and I'm taking on all the mommies of the world and all their pain. And I'm freaking out because now all of a sudden my son, who's really good with his cell phone, is not texting me back that he's back in his hotel room. And really, what happened, Paul, is so funny. You all recognize this. I called at midnight. I called the hotel in Boston and I said, have you welfare, your security guy, knock on the door and make sure that my son is in his room. And of course, he called me right away and he said, Mom, really? What are you doing? Some guy knocked on my door. I'm sleeping. I came in my hotel room and I fell asleep right away. I said, what? You're supposed to text me. And I had our call.
Yeah.
Typical mom story.
But that's what connects all the moms in the world because they've got a piece of you all the time. And no, I totally relate.
Do you relate to it?
But that's part of why when we started, our sweet Natalie had us all a moment of prayer, a moment of thoughtfulness, a moment of just honoring and weeping for the mamas of the soldiers and the women, not all mamas, of course, but women in both the Ukraine and Russia who are suffering.
And in the Netherlands.
And all of our hearts go out to these strong, precious, frightened women. And that is part of what all of us are feeling right now. I think we're a little more tender. All of us are more tender. And you experienced that, Eliane. I think part of your tears were just tears from the moment of what we're all experiencing right now. And our hearts are just reaching out to those sweet, precious women who are suffering. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'm talking about doing the show in another language. I'm Dutch, of course, so we can do it in the Netherlands. But I was thinking really just because it feels so close to my country.
Yes.
And
yes.
Close. And I read the Dutch newspaper and in France and in Spain and in Europe, everybody's stressed out, so stressed out. And and I feel that I just took it on. And usually the joke in my class is when it's coming to fitness, I always say, oh, I don't have any feelings. I don't care if you complain. I don't have any feelings. I don't feel your pain. Pain is good. But this was such an empathy feeling. It's going so deep. And I had a hard time thinking this morning about how can I be happy here?
Yes.
But then, but then again, and you all know, and then now all of a sudden I'm so happy because we can give.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And we can mourn together because the pain of our sisters is our pain. And if it is not, how dare we? Because it's all about loving, our brothers and sisters. And if we don't have that, we really have nothing. So this is a perfect time to unite so that because we do care and we do want to connect even with those, just through however we want to connect and then collaborate in ways that can help them when the time is right in even a better way, because there will be reconstruction. This is going to go on for a long time. So thank you for bringing in the tenderness, darling, because you came to us so authentic. And to just share that you've just been crying and crying and crying just endears us to you, really. Yeah.
And yes, Elian, the Netherlands, Germany. So
I know,
yes,
I'm so scared
You're
for you,
very
man.
close.
yes,
You're very
yes,
close physically. As a matter of fact, we have show hosts in 11 nations, 11 different nations, many in Canada, but 11 different nations. And part of our dream collectively is to have show hosts in 195 nations, which are all the nations ratified at the UN. And there are 222 actual nations, but some are just so teeny. So 195 nations is our goal, and then all the way to 222. But there are experts like yourself in every nation who are ready to share their messages. And thank you for bringing not just your message, but you today, honey.
I love
And
you.
I want to ask one more question though, Elian, and that is taking you away a little bit from the vulnerability, which I appreciate as well. We were actually at a peace event this morning with 30,000 other people. But I do want to just ask you a question because you mentioned the young people. And I so resonate with that because they sit like this
Mhm.
and look at their phones
Yeah.
and their tablets and they look like this.
Mhm.
How do you help them stop doing this?
Talk. So it's one of my main topics on the live stage. And I got this whole movement act where I'm coming all the way back to all fours because I said, well, what if we keep doing that? We're going to be back to monkey, going to be on all fours, all of us, because people cannot, and all ages come to me for back pain, but people cannot stand up straight. And the posture is out of the window. And the kids don't realize it. And the teachers don't realize it because everything we do is bent forwards. And it's in that really, that's why we have so much back problems. So what I do is talk, mention, posture, poison posture. Put your section back on is part of that. But standing up straight and lifting your heart to the sky, it's all up there. If you look down, you go down. Mentally, emotionally, physically, if you go down, you go down. And if you are keeping yourself up and you look far away, that's where you're going. So I won't take up all the time, but Natalie, thank you for that question. Basically, teach the teachers. Teach the parents, teach the teachers. Teach the parents, teach the teachers.
Yes. Thank you so
Absolutely.
much. We love
Thank you
you.
so much.
We
Thank you.
love you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. So Marina, so I'd love to turn some time to you. And I know you play so many roles, but could you talk to us about the Latina women right now, just for a moment? Because my experience with the many that I know and have known is they're so passionate and they're loving, and what you see is what you get. They just share their hearts. They're so authentic. But talk to us about the Latina women right now, if you will, as a culture.
I can say, Paula, that we are passionate about life, and we have good hearts. We are giving persons, and we just love what we do. Whatever we do, we are hard workers. We are really hard workers, and we have a strong will. We are warriors, and yeah, we put passion in everything we do.
It's true. It's true. So how does that help? So one of the things that I'd love to have your insight on is, as mentors and all the women who are on this call and on this, wonderful celebration, I think everyone here is a mentor of some sort. And I would love to have your insight because the 24 nations in South America, they actually pride themselves, so many of the women, on their culture, their roots, and they don't try always to speak in English. They're just they speak in Spanish or Portuguese, of course, in Brazil, and I want to include Spain and the other places where Latino women live. But to be able to say, we want to integrate into the Latina culture. How is the best way for those of us who are global mentors to do that?
Hmm.
Is that a hard question? I should have given you a heads up.
It is. Let me think about it, because
Okay.
I guess
Learn Spanish, right?
no, I guess in our countries, not everyone has the chance to learn English.
Right.
The education could be limited, so not everyone has the opportunity to learn it as a second language. But for the ones that are entrepreneurs and they look for higher goals, obviously they are trying to speak more than one language, not only English per se, but I guess we just keep trying and
Well,
the language it's not always is a barrier, because we can also connect with music and with just our spirit. We can connect through souls.
oh, I love that. And I know everyone who's listening is loving that too. That was beautiful. Other ways to connect. And, the beautiful universal language is music. And we can connect heart to heart and soul to soul. And that's another reason, though, Marina, that I'm so excited about the simultaneous translation, because it will open so many doors, and it will help everyone who speaks different languages to be able to then, just not have that barrier, because that is a little bit of a barrier to be speaking a different language.
Yes,
Mhm.
we'll have that, Paula.
Yeah, we will.
We need to believe.
I love
Yes.
that attitude.
We believe it and we become it, right?
That's right, Carlin. That's right. Absolutely.
Well, I am going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, if I may. And in this instance, I'm going to just tell you that finally we're going to be talking about money. So I hope you all are ready to learn from an absolute expert when it comes to money. Patricia Allen is going to be our next speaker. Patricia is a wealth advisor, wealth, abundance. She's going to help us understand a lot of aspects. And she is also, by the way, speaking at a couple of our local events. She's a wealth advisor and international authority on financial education and empowerment for women, chartered retirement planning counselor, and global speaker who specializes in helping people navigate the complex and sometimes complicated world of finance and wealth management for over 26 years. She's an award-winning author of Welfare to Wealth, the money story I never wanted to tell. Talk about telling secrets. Patricia is the creator of the Life by Your Design Blueprint, a 5-step proven system where she combines purpose-driven mindset, coaching, and the practical aspects of money management to empower her clients to transform the way they think about money and building wealth. She's the creator of Purpose to Prosperity, a 3-step guaranteed, let me repeat that, guaranteed process designed to grow, protect, and preserve her clients' assets and income so that they can live a life of abundance with freedom of choice. Patricia believes her whole life has been a PhD program, preparing her for supporting women to transform their money fears to become wealth-building powerhouses. Her vision is to create a world where every woman feels inspired and motivated to move beyond her fears, where she feels confident in her financial abilities to make important financial decisions and to create the life of her dreams. When women take control of their finances, they lift entire communities and take control of their destiny. And that's, of course, what we're talking about. So without any further ado, I welcome Patricia Allen to our stage.
Welcome to Win-Win Women's International Women's Day celebration, a global day where we are celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. I'm happy to be a part of this momentous time and thrilled to be here to share with you some tips on how we can gain more ground so that we can all live in a gender equal world and create more financial success to live our best lives. Investing, talking to your banker, negotiating fees, budgeting, stocks, bonds, preparing for your retirement. All these subjects may be so far-fetched from your daily concerns, but there's this still small voice that keeps telling you, you should start putting some time into it. Imagine a life where money is no longer a source of stress or worry. Imagine your life as a source of happiness and joy. No doubts, no fears, just peace and ease. Imagine your life where you can talk about money like you talk about shoes. Do you know what kind of life this is? Well, I call it a financially empowered life. And what does financial empowerment mean to you? Does it mean being on top of setting financial goals or creating a plan to maintain your chosen standard of living, or having a strategy to handle any unexpected financial challenges, or having the feeling of being in control of your own finances instead of your finances controlling you? Well, I'm here to tell you that type of financial independence empowers. Again, that type of financial independence empowers. Traditionally, in many cultures, men take care of the financial planning and investing as they were mainly earning the family income in the past. However, in the 21st century, as many women earn their own income, they're seeking financial knowledge and confidence to secure their financial future. Marriage is no longer a guarantee for financial security. Women with financial knowledge can create an additional income stream for the family. And why shouldn't they? As a woman, we possess emotional intelligence, are more realistic about assessing risk. We do more in-depth research into potential investments, and our intuition is genetically stronger, embedded in our DNA. All qualities that are crucial for financial planning and investing. So what's holding women back from greater success with their money? What are we missing? The empowerment of professional women is at the forefront of our cultural conversation, ignited by movements that bring gender pay equity to the forefront. Women's economic empowerment is not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. Closing the gender pay gap can add $12 trillion to global economic growth by 2025. Yet, despite women who make up half of the world's population and representing the largest growing market, we remain an untapped power. Globally, on average, women earn 68% of what men are paid for the same work. In the United States, women earn 82 cents for every dollar men earn. So over time, I have come to realize the root cause of this issue. What holds women back from making the kind of income they desire and deserve has little to do with their intelligence or motivation, but much to do with their relationship to money. This is the missing piece. It doesn't matter the age, level of education, or income. Many women privately struggle with valuing themselves and their worth, which impacts their ability to manage their own money or grow their business. Simply put, money is emotional for women. Money is tied to our sense of self-worth, our self-confidence, and feelings of safety and security. These emotions can move you forward or keep you stuck. Perhaps you have experienced money-related challenges, such as not charging and getting paid for what you think you're worth, feeling anxious about money conversations, or experiencing feelings of self-doubt or guilt when rising to the top of your career. Financial empowerment comes from a combination of taking the right action steps and working through the emotional blocks that may be hindering you from achieving your full financial potential. Women have historically been left behind out of the conversation in this male-dominated world of finance. I know this because of my own 26 years in this field of financial services. It's time for us to step into our power, become informed, and transform the patterns that have held us back from being fully engaged with our money. As we claim our relationship with money as an energy and as a practical tool, we open the door to achieving our visions and our dreams and live life with renewed purpose. So the first step is to educate yourself. Financial knowledge is important because it equips you with the knowledge and skills that you need to confidently speak the language of money and manage it effectively. A lack of understanding basic financial concepts can keep you from transforming the patterns that have held you back from being fully engaged with your money. If you're afraid of making decisions about investing because you don't understand it and worry about losing money, you'll never take that leap to get started. But you can learn how to manage your money by developing basic financial knowledge, like understanding the difference between a stock and a mutual fund, and managing credit cards and debt. While it's true that developing an advanced understanding of money and finance can take time and effort, learning the basic terminology is a place to get started, ladies. So get curious and educate yourself on finances. Education is powerful, and the more you know, the more confidence you'll have to improve your finances. Don't let "I don't know" be an excuse anymore. In closing the gender gap, financial literacy is not enough. Listen up, ladies. While women have made tremendous strides over the last century in several areas that contribute to long-term financial health, particularly in the attainment of higher education and participation in the workforce, we're still lagging in one key area, which I mentioned earlier, and that's financial literacy, which is widely considered to be an important skill in accumulating wealth. Studies have shown that women tend to perform more poorly on tests of financial literacy than men. Right. Surprisingly, the gender gap in financial literacy persists regardless of age, education level, and marital status. No matter how many interventions aimed at increasing financial knowledge in hopes of closing this gap, these have not produced the notable improvements in long-term financial security. Studies have shown that in making different types of financial decisions, broken down into two main categories: routine and major decisions. Routine decisions have to do with short-term household management, like paying the bills or budgeting. And major decisions involve more long-term planning and familiarity and the ideas that are tested in financial literacy assessments. Do you get that? This is what we're being tested on, ladies, on long-term financial planning, not things like budgeting or paying the bills. This study revealed that women are less confident than men in making financial decisions, but it depended on the type of decision. Women and men felt similarly confident when making routine financially related household decisions, but women felt far less confident about men when it came to making major financial decisions. Additionally, women's lower confidence was related to their lower scores on the financial literacy test, indicating their lower scores are not just due to less knowledge, but are related to how knowledgeable they believe themselves to be. Financial literacy is another important component, but as we have discovered through the study, does not act alone. However, confidence and involvement in making major financial decisions have been established as more contributors to the gender pay gap in financial literacy. So your money mindset matters most. All these M's, money mindset matters most. Everything starts with your mindset because mindset influences your beliefs and your actions. Practice identifying a limiting belief about money and shift that belief by replacing it with a more optimistic belief, and repeat this to make this shift happen. Repeat it over and over again. Another tip, practice communicating about money in a more positive way by reframing your language. For example, instead of saying, I will never, say, I will, or I can. My favorite words, I can. By transforming your relationship with money, you can claim your wealth, pay forward your own successes, and live the life of your dreams. One that is rich and fulfilling in every way, financially, spiritually, and emotionally. As I close, ladies, women are less likely than men to discuss finances with their friends, so they start off at a big disadvantage. I believe to build your confidence in financial literacy, you must be comfortable talking about money, just like what we're doing right now. Our amazing founder, Paula Fellingham, is a proponent of creating local circles of women meeting monthly. Why not start your own money circle with a small group of women to talk about managing money, budgeting, investing, where everyone is focused on getting more comfortable and talking about money and sharing tips that have worked for them. So if you could start a conversation about money management, you could shed light on how you can use financial education as a tool to become more comfortable and confident when managing money. So my challenge to you ladies is get the conversation started and invite your friends to join you. Having open and honest conversations about financial topics is one of the best ways to alleviate discomfort. And so I offer an invitation to all women everywhere. Let's thrive together. Thank you.
Oh, that was so wonderful. Mindset matters most. I love that. Didn't you love that, Marina?
Yes, I love it. I love the way she said that words really have power, and the scripture says that by word our tongue can give life or can give death. So we need to be very careful with what we say about money, especially. We don't say I am broke. I like she said, I can't, I don't know. In this time where information is so available, we need to search for information and get educated.
Yes. And I accept your invitation, darling Patricia, to be able to start the conversation. I mean, not start it because we've started it, but to amplify it, to talk about it more, because it's okay to talk about money. I think that we were raised in a way, so many of us, of course, I was raised before most of you were, but to be, we thought, money doesn't grow on trees, and money is the root of all evil. All these things that, Marina, you just suggested that we have thought these things, and really we need to clear that, have more confidence and say, I can. Absolutely. And not be ashamed of wanting to have more money. Why? Because you can help your family more, and you can help the world much better when you have an abundance, financial abundance.
I agree.
Mm.
And what I loved about it, there was a comment also, marriage no longer, and I'm going to paraphrase it because there are so many comments, I can't find it right now, but marriage does no longer guarantee financial safety, security. And I think that goes back to what both of you were saying. We've been trained for so long to, if we do get married, when we get married, to let the husband take care of the money. I mean, it's just been, training, even though historically speaking, women really used to do that, like way back when it used to be women. But now it's officially the husband that does that. And so getting out of that mindset and starting early to plan for it, in case the spouse happens to not be able to take care of it anymore.
Yes.
And I think that is really crucial.
Yeah. Let me tell you just a short little story. For some years, my mother was the secretary at a mortuary, and she was shocked at how many widows came in and said, I don't know a thing about it. I don't know. We never talked about it. I'm like, you never talked about it? It amazed her. And, it helped her be very well prepared when my father passed first, years before she did. And just, she knew everything. And I think this comes from really paying attention. And remember, so many of our speakers have said, live wide awake, basically. Pay attention to what's going on. And money is such an important piece, especially as you are on your own and having to deal with it. And so many of our sweet sisters are single. And it's so important that they understand, but then also not be ashamed of wanting to have financial abundance, not just security and the basics, but abundance. Yeah.
Yes. And that's, of course, also what our first panel earlier today was talking about.
Yes.
Ask for what you are worth. And the other thing that I know we can talk about a little bit probably is the fact that financial literacy is not really taught in schools, is it?
No, not at all. My friend Sharon Lecter, she said, I'm so amazed. And so she wrote actually a textbook that's used in some universities about financial literacy. But I think, and she thinks also, it should have started way earlier. But it's not taught. It's not a course. But boy, we need to change things. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. And it's also, I would like to ask Marina a question about this, because now that I, for example, have moved back to Germany, I see a very big difference in how children are dealing with or are invited to deal with money. So in the US, for example, we didn't really give an allowance to my daughter, because everything was sort of coming out of the same pot. Now here, everybody gets an allowance. And in order to do that, now my daughter has to really learn, well, how do I deal with an allowance? I have this much money. However, now mom is not going to pay for the movie anymore. So now I need to pay for, how am I going to handle that? How is that being handled in your home country, in your hometown, Marina? Is there an allowance?
No. I grew up in Mexico and we didn't have an allowance. No. And all my kids grew up here in the US and they don't have an allowance either. They have to work to get money. I don't give them money just for free. They work, they do the regular chores, but if they really want money, they ask me, can you give me an extra chore? Can I have work? Today, one of them was asking me because he said, Mom, I'm broke. And I said, don't say that. Be careful with your words. And he said, it's real. In the school told me that when we have just little money, we are broke. If we don't have any, we are poor. And I said, well, don't think about that. You are not broke. And because he has money, but not as much as he wants to. But yeah, they have to work. They work for money.
Well, yes, I think the allowance here is also you don't just get it, but you're supposed to do certain chores. Absolutely, like go to school. That's your work, and help with the dishes and so forth. But yes, it is very interesting as we bring together women from across the globe to see how these things are being handled. And the financial literacy, as we both know, Sharon has created this amazing work for schools. And there are others who are going out into schools. It's not something that is really taught, which can be, in my thoughts, quite dangerous.
And I've been reading in our chats, and I love the women are talking in the chats. And Patricia, I want to highlight her in two ways because she is going to be speaking. She's coming all the way up to Utah, to Ogden, to speak at Emmylou Penrod's event next fall. And then I believe she's speaking at Christy Love's also. Let's see. I think it's Money is Your New Spouse. I think this is wonderful. So and this gives me an opportunity to really plug these events because Patricia is taking advantage of the opportunity that our show hosts, our experts on winwinwomen.com have to speak all over the world. If a woman said, I want to go to Sweden and speak at her event, I want to go to Manchester, England, where we'll be having an event, then they have this opportunity to do that. So anyone who is listening or watching later who would like to become a show host and have a weekly 60-minute show, and when you're qualified to have that on television and also speak all over the world and other opportunities to speak, we invite you to go to winwinwomen.com, click on Become a Show Host.
Absolutely. And since we are talking about show hosts, we have the next show host waiting in the wings. And I believe Marina is going to do the honors of introducing our next expert. So Marina, we're going to leave the stage to you.
Thank you. I'm excited to present Lori Rupp. She is a highly sought after international speaker and award-winning #1 international best-selling author in 8 countries. Through her own writing and helping women write their life stories, as an independent publisher, many will call her a difference maker. Your message told through your life experiences connect you to your ideal client and readers. Lori believes your message, because you have gone through so much, should be told to help others. Your stories will help you get on stages, gain visibility, and being an author gives you an authority. Did you get it? Authority. As a coach and consultant, Lori helps women get their books done and working for them in the marketplace. Lori is known for her creativity, strategies, and designing online challenges, having learned from the best in the business. Her business portfolio includes business consulting, leadership training, creating online business, digital products, self-publishing books, and other proven marketing tools. It was her love of books and reading powerful stories caused her to establish the Butterfly Publishing Company. Lori is not a stranger to adversity. She wrote her first book to honor her daughter's memory. Through many hardships, she will tell you, I have found my God-given purpose, and with it, incredible joy. I agree, Lori. Adversity comes with joy. We are so happy to hear from you. Please speak from your heart. We want to listen.
Oh, it is such a joy to be here today. I feel so honored to be a part of this special day as we are celebrating and honoring women all over the globe. That's incredible when you think about it. Technology is absolutely amazing. And the things that it helps us do, it's just mind blowing. I feel like that emoji with the head popping off most of the time. I think, though, you deserve a round of applause because you're here. So I'm going to give you a round of applause and happy hands because thank you for being here. You know, it's funny, when I first met Paula, you've gotten to know Paula today, and what a dear soul she is. I discovered very quickly that she has a beautiful message that she lives by. Her message is all about love. Everything she does is because she loves women, whether it is Win Women TV or this day, International Women's Day. And again, don't forget to come Tuesday and have more of these wonderful women sharing with you wisdom and ways to do things that can really change your life. So it's that beautiful love, I think, that attracts people that also share those same like values. All of the women that are involved in Win Women TV or those that you have seen today, we've all been attracted to that love because we have love in our hearts. So when we have love in our hearts that we want to share, and you've already heard my story, or at least part of it. I've had a lot of adversity in my life. But the one thing I know is that adversity has taught me lessons. And when I share from my heart, I think people learn that it is okay to have joy after loss. And that is one of the things that keeps me going. Well, you may have also noticed that almost all of the speakers today have written books. Well, I don't know if they all have, but many have been mentioned as authors. And I do believe that having a book creates authority in your life. People start viewing you differently. You are the expert at that point. You can make a difference with that passion that you have in your heart. I don't know what your story is, but I do know for every story, there are many people that need to hear it. I really, truly believe this in all of my heart because I know your message matters. I know that what you've been through can help other people. But if you really want to know the truth, I can't say for sure you should write a book because I don't know that for sure. But if you have a story that you want to share, if you've been through some things in your life and you can help others, I always say that there might be somebody today that is praying for answers that you already have. And if you had written a book already, you might be able to help them. You know, when that little spark of passion gets lit, it makes all the difference in the world, and it becomes contagious. Well, I think one of the things that happens when we think about writing a book is you may say to yourself, I'm not a writer. That was my story. 35 years ago, I was told I should write a book. 35 years. That's a long time. And honestly, had I written that book, it would have been entirely different. You see, at that point in my life, what I really wanted to do was share humorous stories from my life, kind of a Irma Bombeck, if you will. She was a funny lady that wrote these wonderful, funny stories, and that's what I kind of pictured. But truth be told, I was sort of like that clown that smiles and laughs on the outside, but my life at the time, ooh, it was complicated and it was difficult. But the one thing I knew was laughter is the best medicine. And if I can make people laugh, if I wrote a book with stories that would help them find joy, then I'd be doing something good in the world. Well, that book never happened. You see, something that happened right after I was even looking at writing a book really rocked my world. You've already heard my 16-year-old daughter was killed in a car accident. And it took me years to get through that grief. I have my joy back today, but it was a long journey. And maybe that is a book I need to write, how to get your joy back after tragedy in your life. When Jennifer passed away, I didn't think about writing books right away. But then I thought, maybe that's the book I'm supposed to write. That's a far stretch from humorous stories, I gotta say, but I didn't know. I think there's many books that are written to honor loved ones. I've heard that 85% of Americans have said that they should write a book. Now, I don't know about other countries, but I hear it all the time. And I really think most of the people that say that are women. So I wanted to give you just a couple of reasons why that could be true and that you may want to contemplate telling your story. If you feel that you have a story that could help other people, I think that's almost the number one reason that I see that I think you should write a book if you have that story. Like Jackie. Jackie came to me last year. She had already written her book, but she joined my Get Your Book Done group. And I loved having her be a part of it. She has a story where she was in 14 foster homes, and most of them weren't so good for her. She came to class one day and she said, "You know what, Lori? God told me something that's really important." And he said to her that your book is not going to launch. You are going to launch. So in the process of writing her book, she already saw the bigger picture. And this is something I teach people. Don't just write your book. Think of what you're going to do with your book. It opens doors to stages. It makes dreams come true. Her book became a #1 best-selling book on Amazon earlier this year, and it has launched her. Doors are opening, and it's so exciting to see what's happening in her life. She's getting opportunities to do things that are just crazy good. And she sends me text messages all the time telling me all the new things that are happening in her world. And I'm so, so grateful to be a part of her story. You know, I think it's important to think about what you're going to do with your book. Why should you write a book? I don't know. But I can tell you one of the reasons why I didn't. Because I didn't have the confidence. I didn't think of myself as a writer. Could I tell my story? Yeah, I could tell my story. So if there's some little tip that I could give you to help you start on the right track and you don't think of yourself as a writer, here's my suggestion. Record your book. Most of the phone apps or most of the phones have an app that will not just record your book, but it will also transcribe it. You clean it up a little bit and voila, you have a book. Well, it might not be quite that simple, but it is much more simple than what you could ever imagine. Whatever happened to my first book? Well, That's another bad story. You know, one thing I found after Jennifer passed away, I didn't see humor in everything, but I still do love to laugh. In fact, that book burned, if you can imagine. It burned in my home, in my computer, in the California Cedar Fire. Well, that was another very tragic day in my life. But you know what? One of the books that I have in my heart to write is with my grandchildren who, believe it or not, lost their home in a fire too. That's the thing that I know is when you've had an experience that others think is tragic, and you probably have too, if you write about it, it is a cathartic journey that helps you heal. I don't know why you should write a book or if you should write a book, but if any of this stuff really makes sense to you and resonates with you, I read on Facebook not long ago that if you do things for others, like writing a book to help them, that you don't die because your message stays alive way long after you're gone. And you might be wondering, why did I write that first book? What did give me the energy to finally get it done after 35 years? Well, let me tell you. I have a gold framed portrait of my grandmother in my bedroom. And I look at it all the time and think a lot about who that person was. You see, she passed away when my mom was only 5, so my mom had no recollection of her. And so I know nothing about her. But there's 2 things that I know about her. She had a pretty yellow dress on, and she was barefoot. Now, I don't know if you get genes and family, it passes down in families to have a love for being barefoot, but I love to be barefoot. And I wonder sometimes, did I get that from her? And you know, if she had written anything, I would have it and I would know about her. And that got me to thinking, I do not want to be that Grammy that my grandchildren don't know. I don't want them to look at a picture on a wall someday, or maybe my grandchildren's children, and say, oh, that was our grandmother, that was our great grandmother, and not know anything about me. So when I did my first book, when I wrote my first book, that was before I knew you could record one. That was the impetus that got me started. I wrote my first book, Create Butterfly Moments, Become the Person You Were Meant to Be for Them. There's 27 success principles, and I wrote them to help my granddaughters know what Grammy believes in her heart of hearts are the things that can help you be successful. It's definitely not a humorous book, although there's humor in it. It's not a book about grief, although I do honor my daughter. A painting of her is on the cover. And believe it or not, it does have a happy ending. That was one of the biggest excuses in my mind. My book has to have a happy ending. If I'm going to write a book, it's got to have a happy ending. So what I want to share with you today is, I don't know why you might want to write a book, but I know it opens doors. I know that so many people could benefit from the knowledge you have and your experiences. And just last week, I got a note from one of my new authors. She sent this note in the mail. It's a simple little note. And here's what it says. She said, Lori, thank you so much for helping me. I am doing something I never dreamed possible with help from you. God bless. Her name's Karen. And you know, she's writing this amazing book. I'm so excited about it. It's about a puppy named Yona. And she got Yona after she suffered from major loss in her life this last year. But you know what? That makes me excited, and it really makes me feel good. But the line at the end is the one that made me cry. I believe in making people's dreams come true, and that's what she says. She said, you make people's dreams come true. I don't know what your dream is, and I don't know if it's writing a book, but I do know that I would love to help you. The way I got into helping people write books is I had already written a book. In fact, I'd written 2. And my good friend Cornelia, she had gotten a diagnosis that was really bad. And I wanted to do something special for her, but I didn't know what I could do. But then it dawned on me, she had always talked about writing a book. And I thought, well, I've written 2 books, maybe I can help her. So every Monday night I'd go to her house and I would record. By then I got smart. I recorded her stories and I would bring them home and transcribe them and make sure that they sounded good. And I would send those back to her. And she had already signed up to have somebody help her write her book, but she had still not gotten it done. And so I got her all of the contents. Her book was finished the following January, and it went #1 best-selling. I'm so proud of this little book. The name of it is Cancer Sucks, but you can't give up. This is 6 ways to renew your sense of hope. Isn't that beautiful? Cornelia passed away just a few months after that. But her legacy lives on. The hope she had in her heart that day lives on. It's true. If I help, I see here, if you do things for others, you don't die. She's helping others still with her life and with her story. You know, the day that my daughter passed away, my dad was not able to be with me. He had just had surgery himself. And I was on the call with him and he said, Lori, you're gonna help so many people with Jennifer's story. And I took that to heart and it made me feel that little spark of passion. I didn't know how I would help people with Jennifer's story. I didn't even know what it meant. But what I do know is at this stage of my life, that's what I want. Is I want to help people with their story. I want to give them the encouragement they need, guidance if they need it, but help for sure. Your message does matter. And you can write a book if it's in your heart to do it. Thank you so very much for being here today. I know it means a lot to all of us to be able to share a part of what we do and how we help people. You can find me on Win Win Women TV on Monday mornings at 10 a.m. And it is truly all about nonfiction books and how you can tell your story and get your book into the marketplace. That is what I have great passion for, and that is what I love helping people do. You can find me on Facebook, and if you have a question, and even if you don't, would you put in the comment section, yeah, I want to write a book? That would really encourage me and others to know you do have a story, and it is important for you to get it into the world. Whether you change your life and launch yourself like Jackie did, whether you change the world around you or you change the world, your message matters. And I thank you for your time.
Oh my goodness. I know I speak for every woman. You have a beautiful, beautiful presence that is so authentic. You shared your story from your heart. And I know that every woman who has not written her book yet is like, I need that woman to help me. And it's not just the women who are here, darling Lori. This will be on you'll be on for a year on internationalwomensday.org. And I hope that every single woman who heard you, who has any inkling in her heart that she may want to write a book, will reach out to you. Thank you so much.
Thank
You were
you.
beautiful. And thank you for those wonderful things you said about me. I was like getting all red. You're very, very kind, darling. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Lori. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And the comments just lit up. You know, these women feel of your beautiful spirit, your authenticity. And I think we're always drawn to women who, like everyone, heard that you want women to reach out to you. But it wasn't this hardcore sale, you know. It's not this and you know, and then this and if you run to the back of the room today and today only, it's that is so old school. What is today is exactly what you just emphasized, what you just exemplified. It is being authentic and saying, I care so much about you sharing your story and being so sincere. We have no doubt that you want to help other women share their message, their story. And so thank you. You shine in a beautiful way. Yeah.
I just love what Lori said, because it was, and we see it in the comments, like you said, Paula, there was so much pain on the one hand, but then the growth and how to be able to change that into something positive. I think that's really remarkable, because not a lot of people can. And then finding the way to really say, okay, get your message out, even if it is just, quote unquote, just for the family. It really does make a difference. And I think Lori hinted at it, because I know a lot of people who don't like to write anymore. We do have ways to record. And I think Lori mentioned that, you know, you can just record your story and then you can find somebody to transcribe it or use a system or however it works.
There's software now that you could just plug and chug.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't know how many heard her mention Irma Bombeck. If you have not, now she passed away many, many years ago. She was so funny. If you ever just want to laugh, then just Google her. I'm sure there'll be lots of quotes about her. I have some of her books, but Irma Bombeck was truly a hilarious woman who laughter is the best medicine. And that's the name of her column. She had a column in many newspapers, but she was just a funny gal. Yeah.
Well, and then, you know, laughter sometimes is really the best way to look at it. Absolutely. Since Lori mentioned also cancer and some of those items, I'm going to use that as a segue to our next entertainment section. And it may sound strange, but there is a reason why I'm putting it like this. And I'm going to just take the stage for a moment to introduce our next wonderful entertainer. And as we know, we'll have to see if it all works. But this lady is somebody who I gotten to know over the last year and a half through the Los Angeles Tribune, which of course is our strategic partner here for International Women's Day. And she does so many things. I have no idea how. One of the things that she does actually is directly related to cancer, which is why when Lori was talking about it, it just popped into my head. This young lady, she has an organization that is called iCancer by her group. I'm not going to name it because it is just important for us to know that she does that with her entertainment group, with her pop rock group. She actually also does go to hospitals to perform. And her and her group, they are so dedicated. They're traveling right now, which is why she couldn't be live, but she definitely sent a message. So I'm going to show you the message first, wishing everybody an International Women's Day. And then we're going to see if I can actually play her video. So let me bring her on. I'm sure this is at least going to work. And please welcome the one and only Goldie Locks.
Well, hello everyone and welcome. I'm so excited to be here and listen to everything that everyone has to say celebrating today, International Women's Day. It's the 111th anniversary. I just couldn't be more honored to be here. Anything that Dr. Natalie Forrest is brewing up is worth listening to and celebrating. And celebrating you. And who am I? I'm Goldilocks. How you doing? TLC's Cheapskates, calling the Cheapskates. I've been in pro wrestling, Impact Wrestling for years. I even have a column at the Los Angeles Tribune. Thinking of all of the things that I do. You know, one of the things that I don't do that I want to do a special shout out today is be a mom. And I know a lot of the women that are watching and listening today, and even who are a part of this event, are moms. And that's something that I've never done. And I have to applaud you. Soft clap. I have to applaud you for everything that you do for your children and just for your family, and remind you, don't forget to do some things for you. So hopefully that's what today is. Some great nourishment for your soul and for your mind and for your spirit. Thanks for being here. Dr. Natalie had to do a shameless plug with iCancer.life. Check it out. Thanks again for having me. Enjoy everything about all of these women here and everywhere. Always look for the good. Always look for the positive. Be safe, be free, and stay golden.
That is Goldilocks, and now I'm going to actually try a different way of showing, who knows if this is going to work, it probably is not going to work, to showing you all a video which actually was nominated for an award. So bear with me as I'm trying to pull this up. We will see if it works. There is nothing there. That is awesome. Okay, this is not working. Hold on.
Well, hello,
Nope. Give me one more second, everybody. This is the power of technology, where nothing works the way that it is supposed to, and yet we can always try and give it a shot. And I'm going to try it this way. I think this time it works. Let's see if it works.
algo fuerte y bueno, pero te lo llevaste. Oh, no, no, amor, viste tan pronto, cortaste las ramas y no pagaste un sacrificio que valió la pena, aun cuando no te entregado a ti siempre sin condiciones. Lo que trae todo a ti, tienes lo mejor que puedo dar y todo para que entregar todo a ti. No importa lo que has hecho, la decisión fue olvidar.
And that was Goldilocks and the Goldilocks Band. There are a lot of other songs, and I also want to refer one more time to Tina Boson, whose video we were not able to play, but we posted her link to her video in the area, of course. So please be fully aware that all of that is part of the recording. Please check out Tina as well. And I want to bring back Paula as well as Marina. So thank you.
So do you know where that was filmed? That was absolutely spectacular. I didn't know what language she was singing in. Do you know the answers to those two questions?
Well, I do, and I think Marina knows as well the languages, Lise. You're still on mute, Marina. It's one of these. I can't unmute you. So.
Sorry.
It looked like the state of Washington.
She was singing in Spanish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the story behind that video is a little more complex, and I believe I have, I think I have permission to share it. The band had hired somebody to do the video, and the person who was going to come in and do a professional video really didn't do a good job. So one of the many talents that Goldie has is actually that she's also a photographer, and she ended up putting it together all by herself. So all the shots are by herself. The location, I'm not 100% sure of. I know that they are usually in the area of Tennessee, and they travel around a lot. But that is the one thing I cannot answer, but I know that she actually put it together herself. And I also apologize, but this movie was this video was nominated for the Spanish-speaking category in a major musical award show, and I forget right now which one that was. The year before, the English version was actually nominated as well. So it is quite interesting to just see how things come together. What are your thoughts, Marina? What were your thoughts on that movie?
It is a beautiful, the picture was gorgeous, and the message is beautiful. It was kind of hard to understand everything, but the main thing that stuck to me is that She says, when you feel like a broken glass and that everything is dark, give it your all and it's worth it.
Oh, that's a beautiful message.
It is.
Thank you for interpreting. I wondered about the broken glass. I didn't know how that fit in. Goldilocks is a dear friend of Win Win Women and Natalie, and we just honor her. And she is always trying to share messages that empower and lift. And every woman who does that is a friend of ours. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And since we are still on a little bit of a break, and thank you, Sherry, for your note. I will pull it up in a moment. I just want to one more time give a shout out to, of course, Kyndryl,
Yes.
one of our main sponsors. And we heard from Karima Bryant earlier today. What an amazing story it was
Yes.
that she shared with us.
If you
So
just came on, sorry, Natalie, if you just came on, then I encourage you to go back and listen to some of the wonderful ones who have been recorded through the day. And Kyndryl gave us such a motivation to think carefully about inclusion. And also, I've never met anyone who started a startup that was a break off from a multi-billion-dollar company where she said, we're starting from scratch. And some of the same principles that apply when you start with very little revenue or millions of dollars apply here. They still are getting a magnificent team together, strategizing, creating long-term, short-term plans, and they have indicated that they do want to support Win-Win Women as we move forward also. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you just mentioned the other important aspect. So here we are, Win-Win Women. And
Yes.
there are a number of comments also in the area. Can you just tell everybody one more time about Win-Win Women? And then we have Marina, who has not shared about her thoughts on Win-Win Women as well. Paula,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, honey. So our mission is to reach and teach and talk with 3.9 billion women and girls on the planet to help them enjoy a level of excellence in every area of their lives. And there are 7 areas. So mentally, physically, emotionally, socially, spiritually, and that's all faiths, all religions, all beliefs, financially, and in all their relationships. Those are all the areas. And to help everyone, this is a big, big plan, a great big goal. And to help them do this so that they can feel more joyful, fulfilled, and financially secure. So how are we doing this? We're taking advantage of all these beautiful platforms that are now today's best platforms. So to be able to have women who are sharing their messages on the website and the app and on television, these are experts who are putting on 60-minute shows on the website, 30-minute shows on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV, the ones who are qualified to do that. And also to speak at events, to put on events, to be able to share in circles. Actually, on March 8th, I want to invite you to come back as we are launching. And one of our sweet friends mentioned this, Patricia, and mentioned that we are going to be growing these magnificent circles of women, 5 to 15 women meeting monthly all over the world. So we'll be telling you more about that on International Women's Day when we officially launch that. And then we have a sister organization. It's a nonprofit called the Global Prosperity and Peace Initiative. And you could go to prosperityandpeace.org. And the 2 big projects of that are the International Youth Parliament with 4 representatives from 195 nations who are young people. And we're growing that initiative, that project. And then the other one is Women of Excellence, Women of Faith. And Kim Weichel, who was on earlier, is a co-director of that. And you could go to Women of Excellence, womenoffaith.org and say, I'd like to participate. And all of you are invited and welcome and encouraged to participate with that. And speaking of that, if there is anyone listening or watching who would like to become a show host and a speaker for Win-Win Women and join our beautiful, beautiful community worldwide, we invite you to go to winwinwomen.com, click on Become a Show Host, and it leads you right through that. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell a little bit more about that again, Natalie.
Oh, absolutely. And now Marina is, of course, also one of our amazing show hosts, as we talked about earlier. Marina, what attracts you to Win-Win Women?
I love the mission that Paula has to connect, to care, to collaborate, to create this community of kindness and love. It touched my heart. But Latin people, we are so eager to belong to something like that. So it's the mission.
Thank you so much. And then I mentioned earlier, thank you, Natalie, and thank you so much, Marina, the why. So when the lives of billions of women and girls are improved, the countless positive effects include what? More female leadership worldwide, a higher level of education, healthier national economies, stronger families, and greater peace on earth. So our mission and our goals are magnificently huge. And we are a community of women who care and connect and collaborate. And we want to embrace all the women of the world in a way that they've never been reached and taught and connected with other women before. It's our goal and our joy to be doing this and growing it.
Absolutely. Thank you both so much. I'm going to now give a quick shout out, 28-second shout out to the Los Angeles Tribune, and then we can bring in somebody else, so stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And we are back. I want to now bring somebody up who we're going to hear more about after I bring her up and then ask her to return to the green room, but also somebody who's going to be with us on the real International Women's Day, the anniversary on Tuesday, the 8th. And that is Susan Joyce Proctor. I'm not going to give her any introduction. Hi, Susan.
Hello. Oh, this is so exciting to be here with all of you.
Yes.
Just going to add my sentiments to Paula and Natalie and everyone for all of their efforts in bringing us together. One of my guiding lights, I think, for many years is that the whole is so much greater than the sum of the parts.
Yes.
So the power that we have in coming together really amplifies, and it's not arithmetic or geometric, it's quantum, the impact that we can have by connecting. So it's really an honor for me to be part of this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Susan, I wanted to ask you, because we're going to stream you in on Tuesday, because you are one of the many people across the globe who are holding local events. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing on that local event? We won't tell anybody, when we're going to stream you in just yet, but can you tell us a little bit of what you're planning? Because I believe it's nice, private, and not, huge with thousands of people, but nice where you can really care, connect, and collaborate.
I'm happy to, and I'll tell you why and how this came together. As we all know, there's been, unfortunately, not as much connection over the past couple of years as we might ordinarily enjoy. And I know Paula was so sad about not being together in person this week. So although I have been amazed and impressed and grateful for the level of connection and intimacy that turns out to be available on these online platforms, and it's frankly gotten me through this period of time, it's still not the same as being able to give somebody a hug And I am I'm grateful and lucky to be here in South Florida. And I have a number of women friends and colleagues that we're involved in lots of projects together, and we're on Zoom together all the time. But when women asked us to perhaps do something live, I just thought it would be a wonderful excuse to get together. So it's going to be on the small side, for the reasons that we mentioned. But it's going to be quite beautiful and very much in integrity with my message. Because as you'll be hearing from me, wellness is my platform, and I have so much to say about wellness as a tool for women's empowerment. So we are having our gathering at a beautiful little wellness spa in Boca Raton that has been founded. It's just had our 5-year anniversary this week by a dear friend of mine. It is such a special place. There's crystals in the floors and special paint. And this was just launched by a beautiful, beautiful person. And I asked her if she would be willing to host us because I thought it would be so consistent with our message of self-care and coming together. So as I said, it'll be a little bit small and informal, but if there's anyone in the Boca Raton area that is hearing this and thinking that they'd like to connect with us, that would be delightful. If anybody wants to reach out, what would be the best way to offer that opportunity here?
What is the date of it, honey?
I'm so sorry. It's Tuesday, International Women's Day.
Okay.
And Natalie mentioned that it's going to be in the evening, early evening. So that, might make it, feasible. And Tracy said she's going to close early. And as I said, it's just the energy there is so beautiful. And the women that are coming, of course, are very beautiful. And so we're going to be expressing our truth of how valuable it is for us to connect with each other as an expression of self-love and self-care. So
thank you. Thank you so much for doing this. We deeply appreciate it. Boca Raton is one of my favorite places. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
For anyone who has not been there.
So we'll be at Healing Moments is this little gem of a spot where we'll be. And if anybody wants to reach out for some more details, maybe this is a way that we're supposed to be connecting.
Yes,
there we
go. Absolutely. You can also put in the information in the comment area. Thank you so much, Susan. I'm going to have you in the green room for just another few moments. What I love about this and why I wanted her to come back, to just come in for a moment, is because it's everywhere across the globe. There are events happening. Some are small, some are big. But we were talking all day about the feminine energy, women coming together. And it doesn't have to be official. It doesn't have to be, in a special place. Sometimes it is just coming together in a home. And what Susan mentioned was she said in the evening. We have to understand time zones, which sometimes I get completely confused about. So when she is talking about evening, she is talking about Eastern Standard Time in the United States evening. Right. Since we're operating 4-hour events on Pacific time, for some of us, it's going to be earlier in the day. And then we, of course, also have our sisters in India and Australia, and there's going to be late evening or morning the next day. So just be ready for all the celebrations that are going to happen. We're going to have Susan join us. We're going to have a couple of other people. Quick shout out to Ali Meehan, who's going to join us as well. She's going to come live to us from Spain as well. So there's lots going on. And I think that is what we're talking about when we're saying, come together, collaborate, and just let's support, and together we thrive.
Yes, absolutely.
And we are now going to start our next panel. And one of the ladies is going to have to come in a little later. However, Paula, if you'll do the honor of introducing all three of these amazing ladies, I'd much appreciate it.
I would be happy to. And speaking of Florida, because Boca Raton is in Florida, then Laura Schwalm is from Florida. She's a master psychic healer, medium, certified health coach. She's an author. She's a world speaker and educator. She has over 27 years of experience helping individuals heal the effects of psychological trauma and to find their soul's purpose. I love that. She's also done psychic and mediumistic readings for thousands of people worldwide. She's the creator of the Psychic Soul Healing Oracle System, which Laura says is made for healing our shadow aspects. She's the author of Healing the Effects of Psychic Trauma, the Christian Metaphysical Healing Book, and the Psychic Soul Healing Oracle Workbook. You can find her on pureenergyhealer.com. That's Laura, and she's the first one in our panel. The second one we just heard from, Susan Joyce Proctor. And Susan is an MBA. She is a visionary wellness entrepreneur, Ayurvedic practitioner, speaker, community builder, retreat leader, and TV show host on Win Win Women, whose passion is supporting other women on their own journeys toward optimal well-being, fulfillment, and self-expression. In the face of personal history with hormone and weight challenges, Susan has created an exquisitely balanced, pleasure-based wellness lifestyle and a deliciously healing relationship with food. I want to hear more about that. Her specialty is guiding women who are 50 years or older get their juicy back. I like that, after menopause, as well as supporting women under 50 through a smooth midlife transition. As the founder and CEO of Get Your Juicy Back and the host of the Get Your Juicy Back show on winwinwomen.com, Susan loves to bring women together, both online and in person, for the juicy connections that are so valuable and nourishing for women. And our third member on this panel is Pastor Elaine Briefman. So she's an MA, she's a licensed marriage and family therapist and an ordained pastor who spends her days helping others be freed from imposter syndrome and self-doubt when becoming effective influencers. After being adopted at birth by a child molester, and through her own journey of healing, Pastor Elaine learned that identity abuse causes the majority of emotional dysfunction seen in the world today. Her ministry, Fishing for Truth, with the numeral 4, is a unique online community training and mentorship program for Christian leaders to overcome self-doubt, promote spiritual maturity, and attain professional speaking skills and experiences. Fishing for Truth is different from other mentoring programs due to its interdenominational membership, professional leadership and content, and combining both formal and marketplace ministry to those called to ministry leadership. Participants are Christians called to leadership who struggle with feelings of self-doubt and inadequacy and who want enthusiastic yet professional mentorship, community support, and the opportunity to speak at global events. In her spare time, she loves reading, board games, and fishing. Lots and lots of fishing, she said. So you can find her at fishingfortruth.com. What a wonderful panel. We turn the time over to you.
And here we are. Hello, ladies. Thank you so much for being here. Now, as you all know, and I'm just letting the audience know as well, the official topic for your panel is how to thrive after facing obstacles. And we all have them, obviously. Before we jump into the topic, I'd like to invite each of you to just take a moment, and I'm going to spotlight you, highlight you, but take a moment of sharing with the world that is watching now and for the next year or beyond what your thoughts about International Women's Day are. What would you like to share with the world? And who should I start out with, ladies? I know we're always so kind. I am going to just go to Laura. I'm like doing my 1, 2, 3. I know Laura, but we mentioned you already. I'm going to have Laura go first. Just 30 to 60 seconds. Please give us, what is it that you wish for the world? What's your message?
Well, thank you so much for having me as a speaker on this wonderful Women's Day international event. I'm so ecstatic to be here. I think that there's so much I want to say, but it's moving through adversity, like through hard times, thriving through hard times. There's many different steps. There's not just one step. And I know this personally and firsthand because I relate to Susan Proctor's story, where my father had cancer 9 times and my mother tried to kill me several times. So I formed a lot of behaviorisms that were in alignment with core beliefs, and those core beliefs created behaviorisms that blocked me from manifesting. So what I would love to share with everyone that's watching and today is that we have the power to heal our life, that by being conscious, by being present, by reconditioning our nervous system and creating a new life. Obviously, there's a lot of other little steps, but if you just did those 3 steps, you would see being present in the moment, being mindful. A lot of times trauma brings us back to reflecting on what did happen and what's not really happening in the moment. So we have to heal the shadow aspects of self. And that's a lot of times by doing deep introspection work and meditation. And I created a workbook for that because first it's the awareness, then it's the reconditioning of the body and mind connection. And then if we go out and create a life for ourselves, and what I really have to say is connecting to a community like this is unbelievable for that, because you have constant 24/7 inspiration from other like-minded people. You get a lot of knowledge. I've learned so much just from being on the platform and just the love and the support. So that's what I would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, Pastor Elaine, what is your initial message to the world?
Hi, Natalie. Thank you so much. And it's such a joy to be with all of you ladies here today. And I really believe that women everywhere need to know that the truth sets them free. Being raised, I was adopted by a child molester and raised with a lot of chaotic relationships. But now I get to live each day as more than a conqueror because I found out that I received lies, much like what Lord was saying, receiving lies as a child, and I didn't even know they were lies, and learning how to lean into the truth and saying, okay, is there a possibility that I'm believing something that isn't true? And can I apply analytical thoughts about what I believe? Or am I believing how I feel? And I truly understood that my identity truly was abused. I was believing what I felt was true rather than what was actually true. And so I just want ladies around the world, girls around the world to know the truth does set you free. You are valuable. You're unique on purpose. And for the rest of eternity, your value comes in your uniqueness. So please don't try to be anybody else. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. All right. Susan, what is your initial message?
I actually want to start with my big why. And that big why was really inspired by a quote that I heard a number of years ago that the Dalai Lama said back in 2009 at the Vancouver Peace Conference. I believe he said that the world was going to be saved by the Western woman. And I remember thinking, yes, not that we need to limit this to Western women, But as a practical, matter, Western women have been the most advantaged in terms of education and opportunity and the ability to make an impact in the world. And what I see is a really important challenge for us is to bring balance into the world of male and female energy. And we might think, that women are in an obvious position to do that, to bring female energy into the world to help achieve this balance. But most of us are products of a very imbalanced world. And most of us have learned to succeed and manage and, cope with life doing it with male energy, which, the ethos of our culture, no pain, no gain. And part of my message and part of my platform, what I share with the world is that women were not made that way. So I'll have more to say about that as we continue on with the panel. But that's my major excitement about International Women's Day is us coming together and holding that space of bringing, our contribution to balance an out of balance world.
That is awesome. Well, ladies, you're already digging deep into the issues right away. So, how, in your opinion, do we thrive after facing obstacles? All three of you have mentioned them. How do we thrive now? What do we do? What are your thoughts on that? Who would like to start out with answering that question? I'm going to try to take myself out as much as possible.
I might as well start again.
Okay. All right, you go. I'm
Unless you
on
want
a
to
lead.
start
I just jump in if
asking.
I have to.
I think creating a daily practice is imperative because it's all about reconditioning the body and mind connection. I know personally when I went through a lot of trauma, I would just react. I wouldn't think. And when going through trauma, you don't really learn in that environment, in a school environment a lot of times either. I know I couldn't stay present long enough to, because I would go in and out of consciousness and I thought I was defective and all those things. So creating a new life is also part, because I truly believe that we can't really heal ourselves by ourselves. That when you're on your path, that God brings you people, situations, and experiences that heal us, and that's even down to this platform, because I'm saying I want to go to Pastor Elaine, like literally, because we're always growing, and when you get to the next level, there's still people that can help you, and your choice of focus is your greatest tool to succeed and to change your life and to help you get in the moment and get you into and to recondition those behaviorisms that so many times are self-sabotaging. We can't get out of our own way because of it. So I say a daily practice that has yoga, meditation, but mix it up. Don't do the same meditation. Do a walking meditation. Do binaural beats. Mix it up. And because we're not creatures of habit, and a lot of times when we get bored. We don't stay on track. We abandon what we're doing. So and then journaling, and because a lot of times we don't even know what's happening inside of ourselves. So it's about uncovering those shadow aspects, and that takes meditation, and that also takes repatterning of sentences, and there's a lot of procedure. And if you suffer from anxiety and depression, which a lot of times comes from trauma, then it's about reconditioning the nervous system through breath work and other things. And once you have the foundation, the structure of the foundation, then you can go out and set yourself up for success by meeting those other people that I talked about earlier that are going to help support you on your journey. As long as you have a passion and you have a focus, then the focus can lead you instead of the trauma leading you. Thank you.
Absolutely, Laura. Absolutely agree with that. That good habits are mandatory to be able to say, I'm going to do self-care on a regular basis and have those consistent habits. And absolutely understanding the dynamics of everything that you shared, from whether it be mindset or just physiology. I mean, there's so many layers of that in there. One of the things I wanted to share as you were speaking, this came up, and I share this all the time. And this is really the concept we're talking about, how we identify ourselves and how the feelings take over when you said that. So I share this little board. I don't know if you can see that, but this is like, I am unworthy, I am incapable, I am unloved, I am incompetent, I am, this is typically, it just takes over us.
Yeah.
And however, this is a lie. This is what we say, this is who we are. But this is the reality. Laura is unique, Susan is unique, Pastor Elaine's unique. We're having a feeling. We're just having a feeling. And the more we can actually take the time to say, I'm having a feeling. Is that feeling true about my identity? Or is it just a feeling that I'm having? And if we can stop long enough to say, recognize the physiology. Wow, there's that feeling again. What am I going to do with that feeling? And then be able to be intelligent about the way we respond to that feeling. And so I love sharing this because it just really helps people kind of break it down into basics. So thanks.
No, it's great.
Wonderful reminder. It's so interesting because we're all kind of on a very similar path and have a very similar message. One of the things that I'd like to remind us about, because all three of us are obviously so aware of the mind-body connection. In fact, I don't even like to use that expression, because the mind-body connection presumes that there was some things that needed to be connected. They were never separate to begin with. So we can start with that. But understanding what we do about our being, one of the things that I focus on, and that I think it's really, really valuable to educate women about, is we all know that stress is not a good thing. We're all kind of pointing to that. But for many of us, it's like a concept. We know it's, not a good thing, but it's a concept. I like to remind us that stress is actually a chemical experience, and that we have bodies that have been designed to survive. And one of the ways they do that under stress is to produce stress hormones. And the biggest, nastiest one is cortisol. And in our world, where we're facing usually chronic stress and not, just the acute stress that builds up, that many of us are living in what I call a cortisol soup. So that even the things that Pastor Elaine was just reminding us of, we're not always able to access that level of thinking when we have cortisol, just rushing through our bodies. And as I was saying a little bit earlier about, the ethos of our world, no pain, no gain, men can kind of sacrifice themselves and still, handle things. Women are, we know the corpus callosum, we're more holistic, we're less able to compartmentalize things. Stress affects us differently, and I think more deeply. And one of the reminders that I want to offer is when we're overproducing cortisol, a few things happen. One is that the body is diverting nutrients and precursors from the estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone that we need. So that's the major reason that women suffer after menopause. But it interrupts our sleep. So the restoration and healing that, we should have available, at night often doesn't happen. So I think it's really useful sometimes to have some tools to break those vicious cycles. And you were both reminding us of some of those, of, yoga and meditation. Alternate nostril breathing is one of the most powerful ways. I know we all have our techniques, but I'm underscoring this because I think women have a tendency to neglect themselves. And, we'll do everything else and then we'll try to get some sleep, or we'll do everything else and then we'll take a yoga class. And, we talk about this all the time. It's become a little bit trite that the thing, when you get in on an airplane, you put your oxygen mask on first. I think we need to remind each other of that all the time, because it is so easy to get up in the caring and concern and service that we have for others to not preserve this. And like I said, that vicious cycle of that cortisol experience is something that I don't think most women are as conscious of, that experience. Absolutely. And the tools that we have to break that.
And I think too, Susan, something that you could probably expand on as well is the long-term effects of sleep deprivation.
Oh,
We don't, as women, if we go, we have that cortisol thing. We're just going, and then we have the sleep deprivation, and the compounding effect of that is just horrid.
You know, I love what you have, but you're on beach time. I live near the beach. I love the beach. I'm a sleep junkie. So what you're talking about doesn't happen for me. I couldn't allow that. I just cannot function in that situation. But it's horrible. And it's chemically horrible. You know, that cortisol thing, it has a lot of different effects that show up as mental health issues, you know, as physical problems. And again, you know, nature intended us to have a restorative aspect of our lives that in modern times doesn't always occur.
I wanted to share really fast about the limbic system too of our brain, because I'm someone that suffered from addiction, and I'm someone that had suffered from that and never really understood why, like that I would like always seek that thrill. It was like almost like I was addicted to the cortisol, speaking of the cortisol, and I had no energy. I was so tired. So part of changing your lifestyle habits is not living from your emotional center. I was somebody that owned a shirt. If I liked the shirt, I owned it in every color. I was one of those people. It was like, you know, and like always needed to fill myself with either food or something, never felt satisfied. And really, that's why the limbic system is for someone. I'm an empath. I'm a sensitive. I'm a highly sensitive person. So the emotions to begin with, so you can only imagine. And so what I do know is falling in love with yourself, having a love affair with yourself. Again, I can't stress it enough, because the passion that you're trying to look for outside of yourself is really inside yourself. And we don't know that. We don't realize that, especially I've jumped on your show a lot, Pastor Elaine, where you talk about identity. What is identity?
Identity abuse.
Identity abuse is how you said it. And it's where I was someone that, again, the identity was distorted by what people saw because of my learning disability. So again, you begin to walk, and if you've gone through traumas and you're not integrating those spiritual lessons, you really are going to live more from that emotional center. So I just really had to put that out there.
And I think, you know, what you were saying about, you know, the limbic system and really centering ourselves and that interplay, Susan, of you know, the mind, body, and saying, okay, and one of the things, so I'm going to divert really quick. And one of the things that I like to share people is that we may be victims. So we talk about life's challenges and stuff. We may be victims, and then we may be survivors. But I think that there's progression. So we're a victim, and then we're a survivor. Then we get into recovery. So I too was an addict. I was like a teenage alcoholic, sold drugs in high school, the whole 9 yards, did all sorts of really dumb stuff. And then we recover. We actually recover, and we don't have to stay in recovery, because I actually had somebody ask me, say, "Oh, we're in recovery forever, right?" And I don't believe it. I think that there's progression. There's continual progression till the day we die. But I don't think we need to say, "Oh, I'm in recovery," and we never get to move forward, because then we actually overcome. But that's like there's the past, right? Victim, survivor, recovery. We overcome, and then we're starting to turn this way, and then we get to conquer. So in my faith system, there's a verse that says we are more than conquerors. So not only do we conquer, but then we go do more, which is where we're all at today, by being able to say, okay, we started here, but we moved this progression. Now we've faced forward. We're beyond the past, and we're going to allow ourselves to move forward into whatever our unique design is. And that's where I really love that idea that we're all here, and we can talk about the same thing, kind of, sort of, but we're all different parts of that healing process. And so thank you.
Yeah. Actually, I'd like to add to that, because I want to offer a ray of amazing hope in this, even in the cortisol conversation, because this is, again, something I think a lot of women don't know. There's another hormone that we have available to us called oxytocin. And that is called the tendon befriend hormone. It's also called the love hormone. And it is something that gets stimulated in women anytime we're experiencing things that we experience as pleasurable. And one of the major ones, is connecting with other women. And this is such an awesome phenomena. And I think it really, underscores why we're here together and why we're so excited to be here together, is that women just getting together. And I've been amazed and impressed at how much of this connection we can develop in an online, thing, even if we can't physically hug. But that oxytocin antidotes cortisol. And I have a lot of mentors. I know we all do. One of them is a doctor named, a medical doctor named Sarah Gottfried. She's a gynecologist and a yoga teacher. And so to me, she has, she gets it. And I saw her on a YouTube video several years ago on this topic, because she speaks about oxytocin and cortisol and how important that is for hormone restoral, really from a clinical perspective. And she said that her advice, she said, if a man wants to feel better, he should go hang out with a woman. And if a woman wants to feel better, she should go hang out with her girlfriends. And I think, those of us that are fortunate enough to be part of this more conscious version of women, womanhood, of sisterhood and collaboration, and not that, competitive, bitchy stuff that I still hear about, but never experience, because that's not what I attract. We yum each other. I mean, we yum each other and we get fed in a way that I don't experience happening in most other situations. So I think that's an amazing gift that we have to co-create, that can really do an amazing job of resolving some of the underlying things that you both are speaking about so beautifully.
Thank you so much, and it's so true. And I'm loving this, absolutely. And so, Laura, I wanted to go back to what you were saying about that physiology and the addiction, because I was trying to remember what I was thinking, so I decided I should write it down.
Yes.
That what I've understood over time is that there's this emotional displacement. So rather than sitting with the emotion and being with myself and being aware of what's happening inside of me, around me, and sitting with it, we go and we do things to replace that emotion because it's somewhat comfortable. And I read a quote last week where somebody said they would rather do something that was really awful than actually be sitting alone with their own thoughts. And how hard that is for a lot of people to say, okay, how do we go out of the challenges of our past and say, okay, can I sit alone with the reality of who I am, and then move forward with that without displacing it with addictions and habits and again, that adrenaline rush of going and doing wild things.
Right. Crazy, wild things, sabotaging yourself. And it really, it feels like you're possessed. Like that's what it feels like when it's like, because it's not just that you're looking for something outside of yourself. There's the intimacy problem from the disassociation problem that happens from detachment when you've been betrayed by a family member that close to you, or doesn't need to be a family member. It could just be a friend or somebody or a job or whatever. There's so much trauma happening in the world today. It doesn't even need to be your trauma. You could have inherited the trauma and watched somebody else do it. So there's so many different elements. But what I notice is that people that are alcoholics, they usually they cannot process their emotions. They usually stuff them down. They usually dilute them so that they don't feel them. And then what happens is they're detached from their relationships. I wanted to just share, because I remember my father was the nicest guy that you'd ever want to meet, but his sensitivity and the trauma, that he would isolate himself. He would sit in the back room and work on his computer, by himself, because it didn't know how to shut off also. So there's a whole spiritual thing where your whole spiritual equilibrium is thrown off. And that's the energy that is really creates your balance. And when people have gone through severe trauma, I've watched them walk down the stairs. They walk down the stairs like one at a time. Their coordination is really off, and their depth perception is also off. And it's an energy thing that I learned in energy psychology. So there really is a body mind, which I know you don't like that whole body mind phrase, but where your mind knows one thing, says, okay, but your body is not on track with that. So I just wanted to share about the disassociation and detachment that creates the intimacy problem. And if we can't have good relationships because you have trust issues, then that goes back to doing shadow work. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I think that so much of that, people, women, they'll suffer alone with all of that. And they have a hard time being honest with, this is what's really going on inside of my head, because they feel it does, like you said, it'll make you feel crazy. Like it makes you feel crazy. And to be able to come forward and say, okay, hopefully we're pulling the ripping the Band-Aid off of some of that, to say, okay, it's okay to have these conversations and to talk about the various ways that this can impact us, whether it's our behavior, our thinking, our physiology, our sleep patterns. I mean, pretty much we've covered a lot of that.
And even our triggers, but how everything is a trigger. If you've gone through so much trauma, then relationships are almost impossible because everything's a trigger. That's the best way that I can explain it. That
one of the ways that I've recently talked about it with one of my coaching clients is that there's a lens of what does this mean about me that is superimposed about everything. Yeah. So everything will trigger you because what does that mean about me? And it's a constant evaluation of self out of fear.
And that's exactly it.
And I think what you're both saying is a really important reminder about the compassion that I think it's just universally valuable for us to be holding for everyone, especially right now. Absolutely. Because we all have these emotional scars. It's impossible to live in this world, on this planet, and not to have experienced some form of trauma or distress. I think Laura talks about triggers. So many triggers have been occurring for the past 2 years. That was one of my observations about the crisis that we've been in, is it has triggered everybody's traumas. And it's been fascinating to me to observe that in people I'm close to and in myself, because I had to ask myself, what mine were. And I think this is an amazing opportunity in our world for us to be integrating and holding that stuff, and not disowning it. Because something triggered me recently, and my first thought was, that's not me. And then my second thought was, well, who is it exactly, Susan? It's here. And no, you laugh, but I think at one time I wouldn't have been able to accept that in myself. And, we're all evolving spiritually. I think at this point, it's really valuable to be able to embrace the shadow that we experience in ourselves and others, and realize that, we live in a world of very wounded beings in many ways. And many people have hurt each other without, necessarily intending to.
And one of the things that I realized too, after doing therapy for a gazillion years, is that people can get traumatized by things that we might not ever think would be traumatizing. And when I talk about identity abuse, I want people to be aware that means that your self-perception has been damaged by something outside of you that's negative. So it's creating a negative self-concept. And it can be, I had a client who was sneaking out of bed at night as a adolescent and watching horror movies, and parents didn't know for a long, long time. And you can imagine what that would do to a child who really doesn't have reality checking capabilities, right? And having all this intake of information. And I think that people don't, they'll judge and say, well, my issue shouldn't be that bad because it's not as bad as theirs. And it's like, it doesn't matter. If it's impacting you, it's impacting you. And to validate that for yourself, and to know that it can be a wide variety of things, something that you watch on TV, something that happened to the neighbors, a car accident that you happen to drive past. I mean, it could be just about anything. And to validate that for yourself and know that it's okay to say, I need healing from that.
And I think that's why I'm kind of calling for universal compassion these days, which somebody pointed out to me that the word compass is in the word compassion. And it's actually, I never realized that myself, but a pretty good guide for navigating life.
Awesome, ladies. It's hard to come in here and interrupt because you are talking and you are sharing so many important aspects, from the triggers to the stress to the connection of how it all gets together. And I loved your imagery, Pastor Elaine, as well, because sometimes we have to see it visually. As we are slowly but surely coming to the end, and you've seen some of the comments, of course, coming in, I'd like to ask each of you if you could make a wish. And I know we've heard about compassion and we've heard about, coming together, but if you could make a wish, what would you wish for all women in the world, regardless of where they are, knowing that according to what you just shared, we've all had so many traumas. So what would be your major wish for women across the world for this year, next year, and the future? And I'm going to ask this time Susan to start us out, if that's okay.
Thank you. Something came up immediately when you asked that question. I tuned in, and what came up for me as a universal wish for women is that we be able to experience ourselves as women and our divine feminine energy and value that, to be coming from a place where we value what is unique for us about as women, and not be continuing to perceive ourselves in the context of a patriarchy where we don't always show up in our fullest, wholest version. And I think if that balance that I was speaking about earlier could be righted, some of the distortions that Pastor Elaine and Laura and I were speaking about might be reduced. We might be able to see ourselves more clearly and in our truest, more whole versions.
Okay. Laura, would you like to go next, just sharing your wish, your hope?
Sure. It would be for women to just be true to themselves. Just be true and realize that you don't need to be perfect. That was a real lesson that I needed to learn. Trying to be perfect creates a lot of overstimulation and anxiety. That we all have a path. We're down here to remember what that path is. Live by your heart. Be true to your heart. Be true to your spirit more than your mind. Is if it feels right and you tap into your heart, your head, and your gut, and it feels in alignment, go with it. But always trust your gut more than your head.
That is awesome. And I'm just going to bring up one more comment here. Obviously, your conversation has triggered a lot of the ladies in the room.
In a good way.
Elaine. Last but certainly
Wanted that.
I feel like this might be a tad redundant, so I'm going to take it slightly in a different direction. Now, in my faith tradition, I like to share with people that there's a grand design and that every cell of your body is unique, and that the cells of your body were swirled together, and the color of your eyes were chosen, and the shape of your toes were chosen, and your favorite food was chosen, and your uniqueness is eternally valuable. So if I had one wish that every woman on the planet would know for eternity, is that your uniqueness is divinely planned, and there's never a need to strive to be somebody different, and to embrace that uniqueness and to see how that uniqueness can go out into the world in its own way, and to impact and see the world differently, so that you can bring flavor to the world based on really who you're designed to be, unlike anybody else on purpose.
I like that.
Thank you. This was truly amazing, ladies. I loved how you really connected with each other, and you went through all the different topics. Thank you so much.
It was magnificent. And we've had so many comments here, but I just wanted a quick comment for each one. I loved, Susan, when you said we yum each other. It's like, this is so juicy and sweet. And Laura, you talked about pushing down the emotions. There's a beautiful book called Feelings Buried Alive Never Die. And it was written by a woman named Carol Truman years ago. I'm not even sure if you could get it on Amazon, but it's shifted women's paradigms for many years. Feelings buried alive never die, if you want to make note of that. And Elaine, I love that you smile so much, Elaine. I see how big her smile is. But I loved that lens, that talking about a lens. You always hear, what's in it for me? But this is a switch. What does this say about me? I like that. I'm going to remember that. And just kind of selfishly, I'd like to say my wish for the women of the world is that they would love themselves just the way they are. Yeah. So thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Yes.
Wow. That was amazing.
That
I loved every
was
moment of it. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh my goodness. No, I'm glad you didn't. I was thinking, oh, we should just let these women talk. It was just flowing so beautifully. And they were so genuinely appreciative of each other's thoughts and comments. And that's one of the things I love about our Win-Win Women community is that we honor each other. And there's never a sense of, well, I've got to one up her, I've got to and add to that. It's just simply coming from the heart beautifully, naturally, and it demonstrates, exemplifies the love and really the wisdom that is in our show hosts, that they have come to a place in their lives where you are so prepared and qualified is a great word to be global mentors. Mm-hmm. Yes. And for those women who are watching later, we invite you to join our beautiful community, winwinwomen.com. And also if you'd like to be a show host, to go to winwinwomen.com and click on become a show host. Just a quick shout out, because it's been a little while since we mentioned our beautiful, wonderful, kind sponsors, the LA Tribune and Kyndryl, KY, that's Kyndryl. And then of course, winwinwomen.com and prosperityandpeace.org.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And since you are talking about global mentors, I know our next amazing global mentor and expert is waiting. Marina, would you do the honor of introducing our next expert?
Absolutely. It's my pleasure to introduce you to Robin Hatcher. She is communication expert, international keynote speaker, coach and consultant, whose mission is to create stronger personal brands, more inclusive communication cultures, and more engaging and powerful conversations and presentations. She has successfully trained and coached thousands of business professionals from Fortune 500 companies and noteworthy brands like USB, Equitable, AllianceBernstein, Morgan Stanley, Lifetime Television, Jones New York, PayPal, Spotify, Con Edison, Hewlett Packard, and many others. Robin, welcome. The time is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, Win-Win Women. In 1957, an entire monastery in Thailand had to relocate. And while they were moving, they had to move this huge, giant clay Buddha. And while they were moving it, one of the monks noticed a large crack in this giant clay Buddha, and he thought he saw gold light emanating from that crack. So what he did was he took a hammer and a chisel, and he started chipping away at the clay on the outside. And lo and behold, underneath all of that clay was a solid gold Buddha statue. Now, historians believe that what had happened was that statue got covered in clay by monks when they were afraid of an invasion. And unfortunately, some of those monks perished and never got to tell anyone that underneath this large clay Buddha was a solid, brilliant golden treasure. So, why am I telling you that story today? Why am I sharing that story on International Women's Day? Because I believe that there are so many women in the world that are living their lives covered in clay. They're hiding or not even realizing the golden brilliance that lies underneath that clay. And I firmly know and believe that everyone has brilliance to share in the world. We just heard some brilliance from those women in the panel. It was really wonderful. And it's such a perfect segue into what I want to talk about. Because you see, sometimes the clay that is covering our golden brilliance is because of society norms or cultural norms that cause us to undervalue our brilliance, or that people think, oh, they don't have brilliance within them, so they cover us up in clay. And sometimes that clay is formed because we don't want to outshine somebody else in our universe. We don't want to be compared or overwhelm somebody else, so we keep ourselves small. And sometimes that clay we hide behind because we feel that we can only shine if we're perfect. And someone just mentioned this earlier, perfect. Does anybody relate to any of these three things? Well, I know for me, I used to use all of those reasons to keep myself hidden and covered in clay. As an African American female, I often felt that people didn't expect or want me to be brilliant. And so I let that cover me. There were family members and people in my universe that I didn't feel like I was allowed to outshine. So I let that cover me. And perfectionism. Perfectionist is my middle name. See, I always wanted to be perfect, and I was an extremely shy child. I was so shy that shy was my literal nickname. And sometimes now that I think back on it, I think some of my shyness was about I didn't want to talk unless I could be perfect, right? So when I first started school, one of the things that, and I was like, I'm going to age myself, but the Palmer method, the penmanship was really big, and I went to Catholic school. And so I wanted to have perfect penmanship. But, there was no way. There was some hand-eye coordination issue with me that there was nothing I could do to make my letters look acceptable to the nuns. So that was out. And because they used handwriting to do my grades, then I couldn't have perfect grades, because I was docked for poor handwriting. So of course, like being a woman or a girl, I wanted to have a perfect body. But at that time, everybody whose perfect body was a size 4 or size 6, and I was never that, never will be. I wanted to have perfect skin, but I was plagued with acne. So on and on and on it went, my seeking perfection. Spoiler alert, there is no such thing as perfect. And perfect, I believe, is one of the most dangerous words in the English language because it's ruined so many lives. So it's taken me a long time, but I finally realized that the more you strive to be perfect, the less of an impact you have. You do not have to be perfect to have an impact, to make an impact. And I really, really, really would love to help everyone realize that. I mean, think about it. Think about if a restaurant who just put a new item on their menu, they will continue to hone that item. They might add more spice, more salt, use a different dish, more time in the oven, less time in the oven, all these things to hone that dish. But in the meantime, they will serve that dish because they know that that dish is still going to sustain and nourish the people that eat it. And that's how I feel. I feel like we need to own it. And my favorite phrase that I created and use all the time is, we need to own it while we hone it. Own it while we hone it. Own your brilliance. Now, I have worked with thousands of women and men to help them own and discover their brilliance. And I really, really want to use this platform to continue to do so because the world needs us. The world needs our uniqueness. Like someone said, everyone is unique, everyone is different. And we were put on this earth to share that brilliance. So let's do it. And when I work with people, I have a 3-step process: excavate, communicate, and radiate. Excavate, communicate, and radiate. So what does that mean? Excavate. How can you excavate the golden Buddha, the golden brilliance that's inside of you? Ask yourself these questions. Ask yourself why. Why are you here? What is your main purpose? If you're in a job, why do you do what you do? If you're seeking a career, why do you want what you want? Why? Continually ask yourself why. Why do I do this? And why do you do it the way that you do it? Another really important question to ask yourself, which will get at that large why, is what did you want to be when you were 8 years old? Now, there's something about the ages between 8 and 10 that give us the seed of our values, of what we want to pursue, who we are in the world, who we want to be in the world. So think back on what you wanted to be or what you were like when you were 8 years old. I cannot tell you the amount of gold that I have uncovered in my clients when I ask them this question. I mean, really amazing connections will happen about, oh, this is why I'm doing this now. Oh my goodness. I work with somebody who used to do music videos when she was 8. Now she's the vice president of MTV. I work with somebody who was an archaeologist who just had this V8 moment of like, she used to play in the dirt all the time when she was 8. So think back on it because it will excavate. It will give you an insight on what it is and who it is and why it is that you do what you do. And then next, you want to communicate what you excavate. When you discover all that delicious gold and nuggets of brilliance, don't hide them. Share them. Communicate what you excavate. When somebody asks you, tell me about yourself, or what do you do? Please, please, please don't downplay your achievements or accomplishments. Tell people what you do. Create a wonderful way of describing. I know some people call it elevator pitch. I call it your intromercial. Create an intromercial for yourself. An intromercial is a cross between an introduction and a commercial. Commercials can be fun and sexy and all of that. An introduction, everybody wants to meet other people. Now, the words have power. So elevator pitch, when you think of elevator pitch, you think, oh my God, somebody's going to dump all this information on me, or I'm going to sound like a used car salesman. No, create this wonderful, intricate intromercial, which is going to share your values, your love, what it is that you do, why it is that you do it, and how you are making the world a better place. Communicate what you excavate. And I know what comes up for a lot of women around now. It's like, oh, but I don't want to sound like I'm bragging. You're not bragging. There is a difference between sharing and bragging. Now, if I were to ask everybody whether they love helping people, I'm sure everybody would say, yes, I love helping people. So when you share your brilliance, you are actually helping people to make an informed decision about whether they want to work with you, whether they want to hire you, whether they want to be with you, whether they want to hang out with you. They need to be informed. And when you share your brilliance, now they know the answer. You're actually helping them make that decision. And the third step in this process is to radiate. Radiate when you communicate. Because the bottom line is, people don't pay attention to what you say as much as they pay attention to how you say it. So how are you showing up? How are you walking into the room? How are you dressing to express your brilliance? Dress to express all that you are. Stand in the body language and the power. Have that posture that says, yes, I'm here and I'm confident and I want to be here and I want to share and shine my brilliance. That goes for on camera, off camera, all of that. What colors are going to accentuate your brilliance? What type of voice can you use to show that you have that confidence, that you have that power, that you have the brilliance that you are now going to share with the world when you communicate and after you've excavated? So how can you radiate? Now, I've been sharing this message for many years, ever since I stopped being that shy teenager by taking an acting class years ago. And recently, an event happened that made me more determined, more passionate than ever to share this message. Yeah, a few weeks ago, actually, my mother passed away. And it was sudden, it was sad, and at the same time, my mother lived a wonderful life. She was 92 years old. My mother was an extraordinary person, brilliant, and very few people, including myself, really realized just how brilliant my mother was until I started pulling through some of her achievements while we were creating an obituary. Now, my mother followed my pattern to a point. See, when she was 8 or 9 years old, she lived in a very Italian neighborhood in Westchester County, New York. And as that 8-year-old, she fell in love with the Italian culture and language. But she was an African American. And there was a part of her that all through her childhood just wanted to be Italian. She would tell you that all the time. She really just wanted to one day wake up and be Italian. So of course we know that couldn't happen. My mother married young. She had 2 daughters, my sister and myself. But then at the age of 32, when I was 12 or something like years old, she decided to go back and get her college degree. And she decided to study, of course, foreign languages, and her major was Italian. She was a brilliant student. She actually wound up winning a Fulbright scholarship to go and teach and learn in Italy. And when she came back, she saw that there was a job opening for an Italian teacher in the public schools in Philadelphia where she lived. And she applied, but they said, "I'm sorry, we can't hire an African American Italian teacher." See, my mother did not give up, however. She stuck with it. The other thing you might want to know is she played 6 instruments, something that she taught herself, most of them. She spoke 4 languages. She never gave up her dream to speak and teach Italian. 2 years later, she was offered a job to be the first African American person to teach Italian in the Philadelphia school system. And she taught in the Italian neighborhood of Philadelphia. And she was a brilliant teacher. She taught there for 33 years. She was named in the book of the Who's Who of America's Teacher. Now, a year before she passed, because of COVID, and she was living alone, and I was living in New York, I reached out and found a group of people from her former school. And I thought, I don't know, I wonder if they remember her. So I posted in the Facebook group about my mom. The outpouring of comments that came back was overwhelming. Hundreds and hundreds of comments. People who had her 20 and 30 years ago remembered specific things that they learned from her. Some of them, several of them, actually credited her for saving and changing the course of their lives. I didn't know any of this. I shared with my mother some of the comments, and you know what she said? She said, I was just doing my job. I was just doing my job. You see, women are cultured to be humble. We are taught and conditioned to take the back seat. We are conditioned not to brag or to stand out or to stand above anyone else. One thing I took from my mother's life and her death was I am more determined than ever to give women the permission to own their value, to own and to share their brilliance. Now, I don't know what my mother would have been like, or what it would have, whether she even wanted to like be out there, and what life would have been different for her if she had, talked about how brilliant she was all the time. And I don't know what my life would be like if she had shined as much as brightly as she could have. But I do know that I would love more women to stop hiding behind the clay. I bought this little thing. It's a stop hiding behind the clay. Whatever you can do to chip away at, or pull away, or yank, or just, I don't know, rip it off, and let your brilliance show. Let your brilliance shine, and share it with the world, because the world needs us. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness, darling, your brilliance radiates from the inside out. What an amazing speaker you are. I am so impressed with your ability to speak from your heart, this wisdom and this truth that I'm confident has changed thousands of lives of the people who have heard you. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, Robin.
Thank you.
Have you written a book? Have you put this in a book?
I have not put this. I have a book. Called Standing Ovation Presentations, which is all about presentations, and some of it is in there. But this is no, I don't have some of all of what I talk about is in the book, but not all of it. But yeah, I have many, many more books in me, I think, and I need more time to get them done.
Oh, well, you are absolutely gorgeous from the inside out. I love that you talked about there's no such thing as perfection. Women need to understand this on a cellular level. They really do.
Yeah. I feel like the word perfect has just been the bane of everyone's existence. And, it just doesn't exist. And you can make such an impact by being perfectly imperfect. That's what I feel like. I feel like you make much more of an impact when you are perfectly imperfect. And that's what I strive for.
Well, we are so blessed to have you as one of our show hosts. Thank you so much for sharing all of what you spoke about and who you are.
Thank you so much.
You shine. You shine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, all right. Well, that was Robin, and it is kind of strange. I want to go for 2, 3, 4, 5 more hours because I'm learning so much. And yet we are actually arriving at our last speaker for the day. I don't know about you, Paula. I know we've been on about a while, but it felt like time was flying.
Oh, it has flown. It has flown. And I have copious notes, and I feel like I've just been filled with this beautiful light that's come from our wonderful speakers.
Yes. And of course, Marina has joined us as well. I know she's also been taking copious notes. So we're going to go to our last speaker for the day. And there always is a reason why people speak when they speak. So get out your pencils, get out your pens. And Marina, Paula, and I will see you after. But first, Paula is going to do the honor of introducing our next speaker.
Thank you so much. And she is Joanna Klein. She's the creator and CEO of Journey to Legacy and the host of the weekly show Thrive in Your Third Act. And of course, we know that right now we've been talking about Together We Thrive, which is the theme of our beautiful International Women's Day 2022. So I love that she has Thrive in Your Third Act, and many of us can relate to the third act on her Win-Win Women show. So for more than 4 decades, Joanna has been a distinguished leader in personal growth and development. Her programs have been offered by nonprofit organizations, colleges, and Fortune 500 companies. Now she brings her insight and her wisdom and framework into a wonderful, inspiring legacy writing course that is a guide to how to live our very best lives today by listening to and learning from the lessons of the past. Joanna Klein, take it away, honey.
Thank you, Paula. It's such an honor to be here among all these amazing speakers I've had the opportunity to listen in today. I'm so impressed with your stamina and staying here, and you're still as high energy as you were from early this morning. But I'm excited to be here and celebrating women in this way. So I'm going to start with a question. And that question is, when you look back on your life, how do you feel about it? How do you feel about the life you have lived thus far? Do you feel content? Do you feel grateful? Do you feel satisfied and at peace? Are you able to connect the dots of your life? Do you see that all you have lived through has made you who you are today? And you're magnificent, by the way. And are you feeling grateful for these experiences? Or when you look back, do you have some feelings of not completely settled? Maybe something feels unresolved. Do you carry some shame, some guilt about some of the decisions that you've made? Do you have some remorse, regret? Do you have resentment and anger towards others who have been in your life? Well, when I ask that question of others, I often hear that people acknowledge they're still carrying some self-judgment about themselves. They're still carrying judgment about themselves. They're still telling themselves some stories about their past that isn't really serving them. And we all know intellectually that one of the keys to happiness is radical self-acceptance, right? And I'm guessing if you're anything like me, you know that that's a lot easier said than done. Because if we don't feel pride in the lives that we've lived so far, then we don't really get what author and healer Byron Katie was saying when she said, life has happened for us, not to us. Life has happened for us, not to us, not to us. It's hard to look at life with gratitude and peace if we're carrying a lot of darkness about our past. It's hard to feel comfortable in our own skin. And that self-acceptance, it helps us live our best lives. If we can really get to that place of radical self-acceptance, then that's the key for us moving forward with self-confidence and love and pride and all of those wonderful things that Robin was just talking about in terms of how we want to feel and show up in the world. So today I'm going to share an exercise, and that if you make it part of your self-care practice, it can be the most powerful and effective exercise for self-love and self-acceptance that you'll ever do. I'm going to share 3 simple steps to how to rewrite your story and create a new future. But first, I want to start with a personal story. 6 years ago, at the age of 62, I found myself at my darkest hour. I was going through my third divorce. I was financially strapped. I was convinced that I had been a failure in my life, certainly in my relationships. And I was beating myself up about the decisions that I'd made in the past. And all I could do was look back on what really had been a very successful past. But all I could see is the things that I had done wrong. I'm going to fast forward to today. It's the age of 68. I have started my own business. I have a successful business. I'm an entrepreneur, something I never thought I could be. I have a new relationship. Well, it's a relationship that I've been in now for 6 years. He is someone who appreciates and does his personal work. I value that. I'm showing up in a whole different way in this relationship. I'm challenging myself with new adventures. I did a backpacking trip in the wilderness for the first time a few months ago. So what shifted for me? Well, I found a book 6 years ago by the author Pema Chodron. It was called When Things Fall Apart. I was sitting on my meditation pillow. I was in tears. I was convinced again that this was this moment of despair in my life. And I saw that book. It just kind of happened, you know, the way the universe works, and all of a sudden something is presented and there it is in front of us. And there was this book. I don't even know how I got it. I opened it up, and the words that popped out at me were, "Your life has been a good teacher and a good friend." Your life has been a good teacher and a good friend. And those words just like struck me, like I felt energy going through me when I read that. And I had this notion in my head right away, you know what? It's time to change my perspective. So I decided to take a deeper look at my life stories. Decided I was going to do a life review. Now, I'd never been a writer. I didn't even journal that much. But I decided I'm going to start looking at my life, and I want to find out, how has my life been a good teacher and a good friend? Because I'm missing something here. I've been in therapy before. I've done lots of transformational retreats. It's not as if I've not done any work before, you know, and I've had blamed my mom and dad and all of the people in my life for all of the things that went wrong. And I'd gotten a lot out of those experiences in therapy and in those personal growth weekends. But there was something very different about this experience as I started to do my life story writing. First of all, I was in control of the process. Instead of someone telling me that our session was going to be up in a few minutes, after 50 minutes, I was able to write for 50 minutes. I could write for 20 minutes. I could write for 2 hours if I wanted to. And the writing brought me clarity. The process of getting it out of my head and onto the paper brought me clarity. It was very empowering, because when I started writing and looking at my life, looking from that perspective, how was it a good teacher and a good friend? I started to develop some methods that I'm currently using in my own course, and I've used with clients and with myself, that was helping me to see things from this broader perspective. I was seeing my life through a new lens. And I was seeing how I had given certain meaning to my stories that really didn't serve me, that had me in the role of victim, that didn't acknowledge the things that I had done well, but instead focused on all the things that I had done wrong. And I noticed that I wasn't fully taking responsibility for my choices and my part in some of the things that had gone on wrong in my life. I started writing about my 3 marriages and divorces, first of all. And after I vented a little bit about those situations, and I was asking myself, what's my part in this? I'm obviously the common denominator in these 3 equations. And what came up for me is that I realized I was looking to my husbands to bring success. I was looking for them to be successful in order for me to be successful. I was looking to them to fill me up and help and make me happy. I was putting the power of my happiness and my sense of worth in the hands of someone else. And I started to notice patterns also in some of my other stories. For example, one of my favorite stories is about me as a little girl in 4th grade. I wanted to be Peter Pan in the play Peter Pan. So I recruited all of the girls in my group, in my classroom. I convinced our teacher, to let us go and practice the play Peter Pan several days a week. And we did that for a couple of months. And then we had the plan to come back and do the performance for the boys and the teacher on a Thursday. And then we were going to perform for all of the parents on Friday. Well, we practiced. And of course, I cast everybody in the different roles. And of course, I was Peter Pan. And we had songs, we had costumes, we had dances. And on that Thursday, we performed that play and we danced around and we sang and we did our lines just perfectly. And at the end of the play, one of the boys in the classroom, a boy I didn't even like that much, came up to me and laughed about the way that my voice had cracked at the end of one of the songs. I was devastated. I called the performance off from the parents, and I decided at that moment that I couldn't sing and I couldn't act. And as I was writing that story, all of a sudden, a light bulb went off in my head, and I realized, oh my gosh, this was perhaps the first time of many that I gave my power away to someone. I let one piece of criticism derail me and throw me off and cause me to play small. And as I wrote that story, I started to have so much compassion for that little girl. And for the first time, rather than being ashamed of that story, I started to celebrate that little girl, how creative I was at that time. And look at that determination I had and my ability to convince my teacher and these other girls in the classroom. And that opened me up to start seeing other times in my life when I have showed up in that same way, when I've been creative, when I've been determined, when I've recruited others and enrolled them into something that I believed. And now I could start seeing the stories that I can celebrate just by going into that one story and opening it up, how it is that I wanted to see. Because so much of my life, and I imagine, raise your hand if this is true to you, that I'm able to look back. As a perfectionist, I look back at all the things I've done wrong, but have such a hard time and haven't paid attention to all the things that I've done right. So no wonder I was having a hard time feeling radical self-acceptance. But by doing the life story writing, I was able to forgive myself and even impress myself. And I realized I was able to let go of so much baggage that I was carrying and to start feeling comfortable in my own skin. Now, we can all get there. So how? Well, I promised you 3 simple steps to simplify the process of rewriting your life story. And honestly, when you do this, you will gain incredible benefits that go beyond what I'll even be talking about today. But the first step is understanding what it is that you're doing. Because oftentimes when I talk about life story writing, if you haven't already left my talk because of that, people think it's so daunting. It's like, oh my gosh, this is going to take so much time. It's going to be so overwhelming. I don't even know if I want to go back there. And so people don't really understand what life story writing is and what it isn't. So I want to start with that because it's important. The first step is understanding what life story is. And I'll talk about it from the perspective of what it isn't first. It's not autobiography. Autobiography is usually all about facts and details, and it's pretty much done by famous people who are writing about their life from birth to present. Life story writing isn't that detailed. It doesn't have to be that factual. It's also not journaling. Journaling is very much in the present moment. We're processing our feelings right here and now, but there hasn't been time between what we're writing about in order to get some perspective. We're not able to really get reflect when we're journaling. We're able to process feelings. So life story writing isn't current. It isn't in the moment. It's done when we have had time to look back, when there's time in between when the story occurred. Life story writing isn't memoir, at least not the way that I teach it. Memoir is usually about a particular point in someone's life or about a theme in someone's life. So think about, for example, Elizabeth Gilbert's Eat, Pray, Love, or Cheryl Strayed's Wild. Those were stories about their life at a particular time. When I hear memoir, I often think it's written by someone who is planning to get published, although it doesn't really, it doesn't really need to be. The life story writing is for the rest of us. You don't have to be an accomplished writer. You don't have to have received A's in your English class in order to write your life story. You don't have to have plans to publish a book. Life story writing is a collection of stories. They don't have to have a particular theme. They don't have to have any certain order when you write them down. In fact, I encourage people with life story writing to follow your own intuition. Go with what you're feeling inspired to write about, like I did. Like I started with my divorces because that was what was big for me at that point in time. So with life story writing, you don't have to remember all the facts. In fact, when we look back on our story, it's impossible to remember all the details. If we were to talk to a sibling about one of our stories, it's likely that they would have a complete different memory of it. But it's about the story that we've attached to that situation. That's what's meaningful for us. How do we feel about it? Why was this significant? Why is this important to us at this point in time? What does this have to tell us? We're looking for the lessons and the blessings in the stories that we have. We're looking for our part in it and opening up this new perspective and saying, I'm willing to go back there now. I know there's another way to look at some of these. And I'm also willing to celebrate myself in a way that I haven't before, because I've focused so much on what I did wrong versus focusing on what I did right. So why is this important? Because when you start forgiving yourself, as you look back in your past and you start to say, yeah, what I did at that time, I was doing the best that I could. I did what I knew at that time, or yes, maybe I made that mistake, but I know better now. I wouldn't make that same mistake now. And when we can look back on our life and say, wow, I did good. I did good. Then we're also able to say, I am good. And that's how we want to be when it comes to self-appreciation. That's how we want to be when we go to step into our future, when we go to step into our next chapter. So step number one is to understand what life story writing is and to see it as a form of self-care. It's just a mental decision. It's like, this is going to be part of my regular self-care routine. It's going to be a way that I can appreciate myself. Now, the second step in moving towards life story writing, doing life story writing, is finding inspiration. And the reality is that we are filled with inspiration in ourselves. We are libraries of personal history. We have books and books of stories of our life within us. We have adventure. We have mystery. We have romance. We have drama. We have tragedy. And we even carry history about the world within us. See, these books are all swirling around inside of us, and they've been there for years, and some of them have these glorious, vibrant covers on them. These stories are all books, and some of them have these glorious, vibrant covers on them, and we remember them well, and we can write about them because they're still very alive in us. And some of these stories made up in books within us are kind of gray. They might have some dust on them. The title might be hard to see, but if we blow off the dust, if we kind of rub it a little bit, maybe they're gray, they're not vibrant, they're gray, but if we start kind of moving in that direction, the memory might start coming back. And some of the covers are in shadow. We can't see them. We can't see the title. We don't know what the story is all about. And we've put them away in some back part of our mind. And then also there are those stories that have a lock on them that say, do not open. But the thing about most all of these stories is they can use some editing. And when I say editing or rewriting, I'm not talking about changing the facts. I'm not talking about having something be that wasn't. What I'm talking about is that we can give new meaning to these stories. We can change the meaning that we've been giving to the stories that haven't been serving us. Because depending on how you remember your story, I'm imagining that And most of them, or many of them, you're not giving yourself anywhere near enough credit. That you're being way too hard on yourself when you think back on those stories or want to even avoid looking at them. And in other stories, you may be blaming someone when I wonder if, as you look back with this new perspective, you might notice that you might have just a little bit of responsibility for how that event all came about. And many of your stories deserve more compassion and forgiveness than you're giving to both you, maybe someone else within you're in that story. And then other stories are pure joy, and they can remind you of what you love in your life and what you enjoy doing and might spur you on to want to do more of that. Your library could also probably use some organization, like a card catalog in a real library. And when you start writing your stories and you start putting them in order, then you realize and you start seeing some patterns, and you start connecting the dots of your life. And you start to realize, wow, just like me with my Peter Pan story, giving my power away, letting criticism keep me small. You start seeing some of the patterns there by organizing the stories that are coming to you. So that second step is seeing that you are filled with inspiration, that you have lots of stories within you. You have adventure, mystery, drama, romance, excitement, history, even the story about your experience at 911 or your experience with COVID. There's history with that goes, and it's rich. And how has that been for you? What did you learn from those experiences? Now, the third step when it comes to writing your story is to write with intention. To write with intention, to find the blessings and the lessons, to look for that bigger perspective, to know that there's more than what you've been given the story in the past. Have compassion for yourself. So you're going into this, I'm going to write this with compassion. I'm going to write this with an open heart. I'm going to look for ways that I'm the hero in my story, not the victim. So the hero or the heroine, if you prefer. But I'm looking at, even if something was tough, even if that was the hardest thing that I'd ever been through, if you're saying that to yourself, I'm imagining that you found some strength, that you learned something, that you found how resilient you are, that you discovered something about yourself that you've been able to bring forward in future situations. See, we can train our brains to look at these stories from a new perspective. We are wired for negative bias. It's been scientifically proven that we tend to look for the bad stuff. If you put on an event, if you speak in public, or you even throw a dinner party, and everything seems wonderful, and you get lots of compliments, but one person says something that you experience as a criticism, what does your brain focus on? All right? If you're like me, it's going to be focusing on that negative. But you can train your brain to think differently. You can say, no, I am going for this. I am looking at this from that larger perspective. I want to know the lessons and the blessings. You don't have to write all your stories in order to experience this shift. In fact, I know for me, I know for my clients, just getting that general idea, knowing the intention and how you're going about doing it can lead you down this path of starting to feel much more self-acceptance and self-love. And I want to make a really important point here. When you are doing your life story writing, you are in charge of this entire process. You get to decide what you want to write about. You get to decide what you don't want to write about. And particularly those situations in your life, if you've been a victim of abuse, if you've had some trauma in your life, then those, hopefully you have processed with a professional counselor, and you get to choose how you want to revisit those stories. So it's important to know you are in charge of the process. But this third step then is looking at it all, knowing you're in charge, knowing you can bring new perspective into it, and looking for that opportunity to celebrate yourself as a hero. So The very last point that I want to make when it comes to life story writing, making it part of your personal care routine, is that when you start feeling that level of self-acceptance, when you start owning your story in a way that feels good, and when you start dropping that sense of shame or regret or blame, when all of a sudden you're seeing this power within your stories and this power within you, it puts you in a position to want to share them. And to me, that's one of the most incredible gifts that can come out of this process, because your life is a legacy. And if you choose to share your stories with loved ones, it can become an heirloom in your family. By you sharing a lesson and your wisdom, you can help others hear that wisdom, hear the universal truth by you being open and vulnerable. And so this process opens you up not only for the self-acceptance for you, but then feeling accepted by others in your life as well, and being able to give this amazing gift to future generations. So I want to summarize. Step 1, see your life story as self-care. Include it as part of your self-care routine. Step 2, recognize you have got inspiration all in you. Just think of genres of books, categories that you like, and then ask yourself, well, wait a minute, where's a story of mine that fits into mystery or fits into romance or fits into drama? And know that you are filled with a library of stories. And then that third step is enter into this process with that desire for that greater perspective, to look for yourself as the hero, the heroine, to come with more compassion, to look for the lessons and the blessings because they're there. So as you look back at your life through a new lens, you start to see your future through a new lens as well. You clearly see that you've made choices all along the way. And now you get to benefit from that wisdom as you reflect back and make decisions about your choices moving forward. Now, if you're interested in going further with this life story, if I've sparked any interest in you, I have on the Win-Win Women store site a starter kit called Write Your Life Story Starter Kit. I'm not sure if it's up yet, but it should be up in a couple of days if it's not there. And then you're always welcome to join me on Wednesdays at 2 p.m. Pacific time, where I have the show Thrive in Your Third Act, and we dive deeper into ways that we can rewrite the narrative on many of the things and many of the attitudes and opinions that we have about ourselves, so that we can really thrive in our next chapter. Thank you so much.
Oh, you were fabulous, Joanna. My goodness, I need to do the journey to, Journey to Legacy. And I wanted to share our COO, your sweet friend, Denise Medved. She made a comment that I want to read because it just epitomizes, this experience of doing this with you. She said, I've taken the Journey to Legacy course with Joanna, and she is an inspiring and gentle guide. Denise said, I am amazed what she helped me recall from my life and write about, and how healing and empowering it was to just remember frames from my life that I had forgotten. I love your energy. I love that you smile as you speak. You smile all the way through. I thought, she just radiates. I mean, there are these women, I said that, before, but I just absolutely feel your energy, the passion you have for sharing this gift of yours to help people take this journey to legacy in their third act. So thank you so much. Wasn't that magnificent, Marina and Natalie?
It was beautiful. So
Yes.
beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing your wisdom.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank
You're
you so
welcome.
much. Thank you.
Mhm. Beautiful women.
Wow.
Aren't you just amazed at, there was not a duplication the entire day. We've been on all day, and there were no two that were alike. There were running themes that were similar, but there was not a single message that was just like another one. It's fabulous.
That's the beauty, Paula, of being together. The diversity,
yes,
the diversity that we have is what creates this beauty. And like you have said before, embracing our imperfection and having love and a space for that too. That is going to help us to thrive together.
Love that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Natalie, how are you feeling at the end of this beautiful day?
I am feeling amazed. I said it earlier, I want to go on. However, we have to wait.
Yes, we have to wait just till March 8th, and we'll be there before we know it.
Absolutely. And at the end of this, I want to just emphasize March 8th, just for a moment, because as you all know, we are going to be back live on March 8th. It's going to be Dr. Paula, Marina, and myself co-hosting. We also have Dr. Vinnie Serene and Dame Marie Diamond in the house, as well as another round of amazing experts. They are going to share, just like today, about their experiences, how they have overcome challenges, how they arrived where they are today, and why they love being part of a community. So I just want to invite everybody to tune in again. In addition to that, of course, don't forget that we have the raffle as well, where there are a couple of little things that we'd like to share with you. But before we get to that day, Paula, I want to thank you, because
You're so
it was
welcome.
your
It's my
vision
joy.
to put it all together. And you just mentioned that all these women came together and there was no duplication. And I think, to me, that is what makes this day so special. There was not just no duplication, but when we had the panels, we saw them embracing each other, supporting one another. And we've had a number of our show hosts and speakers also in the room the whole day, especially Denise Medved. Amazing. And so you see the support is there. And I don't think there could be anything more demonstrative of together we thrive than what we have experienced today.
And thank you so much, Natalie. You are the hero here. She put together the whole scheduling, all the bios, everything. She did it. She just emailed it to Marina and I and me, and just made it so easy for us. And she's a real pro at doing this. Thank you so much. We honor you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Natalie. Thank you for sharing your talents, and you are a rock star with technology.
Yes.
Well, so wonderful. Thank you so much. Paula, thank you so much for your mission and your vision, and put this together as a puzzle. Everyone is a piece of this big puzzle, linking arms, working together for a better world. Thank you so
I
much.
love that. You are so welcome. And we leave our love and our best wishes and another just thoughts for our sisters in the Ukraine and in Russia. Our prayers go to them and go to God and their behalf. And we honor all religions and all beliefs. But we absolutely love these women and want the best for them. And whatever way you can send that energy and that hope and that strength, we invite you to do that.
Absolutely. And with that, since I am the technology person today, I am going to call it a day. Some of us need to go to bed, others are already in bed, and some still have a little bit of a day left. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Paula. Thank you, Marina. We will see you all same time, same place on March 8th. Bye.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Love you. Bye-bye.